May I? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good morning, good morning. We're going to start 5 minutes later just to allow people to keep trickling in because we had a big Women in Energy breakfast, very vibrant. We've just presented there to 100 women at 7 o'clock. So we're waiting for people to walk in. So please bear with us. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're ready to start now, and those who are going to be coming in will have to join us later. I would like to, my name is Ipileng Silele, and I am the CEO of RRS Investment, as well as the founder of the N7 Green Hydrogen Corridor project that you probably will get to know more about. It starts in Namibia, it goes through Northern Cape, up to Saldanha Bay. So interestingly, I started in the maritime space, developed South Africa's maritime strategy about 19 years ago. It was under the South African Maritime Authority. So my resonance and probably affinity with the Netherlands is because it's one of our key stakeholders in the maritime space. And then we moved on to gas, LPG gas. We owned a LPG gas terminal in Saldanha. Then from gas, that's what got us into green hydrogen. So I do wear different hats. I sit on the Siemens Energy Board as a non-executive director. I also sit on Telkom Board as a non-executive director. I sit on Mahlaku Energy Fund. It's about 4 billion energy fund. I'm a non-executive director there. We deploy funds towards women-owned businesses in the energy space. So PIC and a few other key stakeholders like Sanlam have put in money towards that fund. So whether we discuss funding, you'll get to understand that I understand that sitting on that board. Whether we talk about telcos infrastructure and decarbonizing that, you'll get to see that I appreciate that. We talk about maritime and the end-to-end value chain. That's what I can resonate with that very well. Then recently, I've been given another bigger job by President Ramaphosa, who appointed me to be South Africa's chairperson for Brand South Africa. So most of you are familiar with Brand South Africa, so our president just gave me more job to my full plate already, but very honored for the president to have the confidence in me to really represent South Africa at a Brand SA level. So that's just a bit about myself, and I'd love to just invite my esteemed panelists onto the stage before we start. I'll start with Monica Swanson. Monica, if you can join us, thank you. Good morning. And Alco. Thanks, Alco. Asanda. Marco. As well as York. Thank you. I think we've got an AV that we're going to play for you guys just now. Thank you. Over to you. Ready? Okay.
Just don't lean back.
We can start.
Waiting for the AV.
Don't lean back.
There is no AV.
No, I actually noted that I need to do it.
Can we kick off?
So I must not sleep, I must not do anything else. It will be.
No, this is
Done.
breaching health and safety protocol.
Okay, fantastic. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we all are aware of why we're here. But just to summarize, obviously the ambition, first and foremost, let me thank the Dutch Embassy. Herbert, thank you very much for the opportunity for us to have this robust and very important discussion. I'm very excited, and as I told you, the journey that we've embarked with yourselves, very exciting, and we resonate with that because we have been part of your journey. And the key thing is that we all are aware of, the ambition of what the Netherlands is trying to achieve. It is to be the leading green hydrogen port, and the Netherlands will need to develop strategic partnerships with South Africa to ensure and secure stable green hydrogen supplies. So I think today we're just here to unpack what it's going to take to be able to get that, to achieve their ambition. And as you can see, we have an interesting panel, a very esteemed panel with a lot of expertise and a great track record. And interestingly, I got to know each and every one of them. Of course, I've known some of them a lot longer, but I'd like us to just jump straight into it and probably just to highlight the key things that we want to unpack as the next steps. I think the basis and the foundation has been laid. Most of you are aware that as South Africa, we went to Rotterdam. I was one of the delegates, and the participants were led by Minister Zikalala, and we got to have interesting working sessions where we articulated our ambitions, different value propositions in the green hydrogen sector. Obviously, we were a delegation of about 20, 30 people, between 20 and 30 people. We got to actually also be introduced to your port. Monica, you're going to take us through that just now. And we articulated what is it that we are doing, and then the team from the other side also took us through what is it that they were doing. That was an interesting step. And then followed by that, as you are aware, the Prime Minister also came, and we got to also join them in Namibia, then in South Africa. So today, really, it is a continuation of the foundation that has been laid and well prepared. So today we'd like to just unpack a few things so that we're going to explore how to accelerate and implement green hydrogen corridors between South Africa and Europe, and the discussion will focus on different topics. So the steps that we need to take, as well as technologies that are needed, infrastructure, as we know, infrastructure is quite important, and the role of public sector. And of course, there are different financing instruments that would like to also discuss a little bit. As you know, there is a fund that was introduced when the Prime Minister was around. We will touch on that a little bit. So just jumping straight into it, I'd like to enable and to allow my panelists to introduce themselves just for a minute or two. I'll start with Monica, if you can just take us a little bit through who you are and what you do, and we'll jump straight into the questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's still early, so we'll take it easy here. Monica Swanson, Port of Rotterdam. It's been my job in the past 4 years to connect with projects globally in a number of regions in the world, also in South Africa, which is very dear to me, to connect with projects for production of green hydrogen. So working with local players, with energy companies, oil and gas companies, wind, solar producers, shipping lines, storage companies, and just trying to build a supply chain with all of them involved, and actually with the aim to connect supplies elsewhere to our port, because it has been our assignment to look for energy security for the future of the Netherlands. It sounds maybe a bit inflated or even pompous, but actually that is what's happening. So I've had the privilege to be an early worker in hydrogen and to connect with many people and projects. I think we now have some 200 project connections around the world. My colleague Martijn Koopman, who isn't here, who did part of it, and me, who do part of it, who does part of it. So that's my background, and I hope I didn't exceed the 2 minutes here.
That's great. Thank you so much, Monica. And over to you, Ulke.
Yeah, thank you. Ulke Vermeulen. I'm working with GasUnie, and GasUnie is the Dutch gas infrastructure company. And when you think about the Netherlands and you think about gas, then everybody immediately pinpoints to natural gas, and that's indeed our origin. Meanwhile, we change, of course. We have to decarbonize, and that means that natural gas will disappear step by step from stage and will be replaced by hydrogen. Not only hydrogen, when you look at, let's say, the energy situation in Northwestern Europe, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, you will find out that there are 3 ways to decarbonize. The one is more electricity in the system. The second one takes CO2 out of the system by carbon capture. And the third one is replace traditional fossil molecules by hydrogen. Well, today we are here about hydrogen. I think hydrogen is, in the end, from a global perspective, the most important one. Electricity is always, let's say, in a region. Carbon capture will be with us probably longer than everybody thinks, but is a temporary one. Hydrogen will stay forever and I think, will direct the global relations.
Fantastic.
I'm happy to be here because Southern Africa, it's true for South Africa, it's true for Namibia. I think hydrogen is the way for Southern Africa to integrate into the global new energy system.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Alco. Asanda, over to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ipileng, and good morning. My name is Asanda Kauga. I'm the Executive Manager for Business Development at the Kuha Development Corporation. So Kuha Development Corporation is the operator of the Kuha Special Economic Zone, which is located in the Eastern Cape, in the former Port Elizabeth area, which is now Gqeberha. So the Special Economic Zone is about 9,000 hectares of land. We have been in operations now for about 24 years. So our mandate then is to be a catalyst to champion socio-economic development for our region. And how we do that is through driving industrialization by attracting both foreign and domestic direct investment to come and locate within the Special Economic Zone. We are targeting a couple of sectors. Core manufacturing, in the chemicals sector, we do have investors there. In the automotive sector, we do have investors there. And recently, most of us would know of the announcement which was made by the Minister Patel mid of September, where Stellantis had pledged to invest in a greenfield manufacturing plant, wherein they will be producing their 1-ton pickup buggy, starting with 50,000 units. So that $3 billion investment is going to be located within the Kuha Special Economic Zone. And we do also have investors in the energy-related sector. There's a peaking power station at Didesa that is there. There's a transmission, an ESCOM transmission substation that is there as well. But also we do have a couple of investors that are manufacturing some of these components, including the solar panels and so forth. So the Special Economic Zone is really a location for investment. And I think what makes our Special Economic Zone to have an advantage is that we do have the necessary infrastructure that is required to support investors or investments when they come to locate. We are also just adjacent to the deep sea water port of Ngqura, which is then, it becomes an important aspect because some of the investors might want to export their products, or they might want to receive certain of their production inputs through the ports. So we are then located there. To date, we have 58 operational investors, investment value of about 11.8 billion. We have created just close to 10,000 operational jobs over the years, but that now excludes those that would have been created during the construction phase of these various projects. But what we are selling is a location for investment, but importantly, we've got the infrastructure and the capability to support investors when they come to locate there. That's what we do.
Thank you so much. That's an interesting insight. Marco, over to you.
Thank you, Ipileng. Marco Raffinetti, the CEO of Hyphen Hydrogen Energy. We are the first large-scale green hydrogen project being developed in Namibia. And Namibia is a little bit different to South Africa, where all the high-quality co-located sun and wind resource in Namibia is owned by the government, and government has embarked upon a program in order to allocate that land out for development. And we're responsible for the first project in the first Green Hydrogen Valley. And we've been working very closely with colleagues from the Netherlands in various aspects across the project, with Europe being a key market, and particularly the Port of Rotterdam being seen as a key gateway to Northwestern Europe and the industrialized areas that are looking to decarbonize where our customer base is. And then there's a large amount of technology that sits in Holland with Dutch companies that we've been looking to partner with and access as we look to build out the project.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
And over to you, Jörg.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. And let me start by saying this is my first visit to South Africa. 30 years ago, I've been in Southern Africa. And I must say that I'm really thrilled by the fact that you meet so many enthusiastic and friendly people here. And I think that the opening yesterday morning with the singers and the dancers was absolutely brilliant. And I even got a bit emotional, I must admit.
Oh.
Anyhow, I'm working for the Dutch Energy Innovation NL. I've been working for the last 30 years in energy and innovation. And what we basically are is a public-private partnership focusing on innovation in many fields, amongst others hydrogen. So I've been involved in hydrogen for, let's say, the last 10 years intensively. And I think it's nice when you realize that 5 years ago, like only a very small group of people was talking about hydrogen. And now that we have together, we've created an enormous ecosystem of players around the world wanting to deal with hydrogen. And when you deal with different topics, you see that, you know, I deal with topics where there's a lot of public, let's say, resistance, where there is a lot of problems. And with hydrogen, yes, the challenges are huge, but you know, everyone is in there with a sort of a positive outlook on the great potential that hydrogen has. So I'll be really glad to discuss that in this panel.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jörg. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, what is critical is the ecosystem, as you've referred to it. So, ecosystem, partnerships, and most importantly, how do we take advantage of all the key aspects of the value chain? Because sometimes when it's actually interesting, Monica, because coming from maritime, when I heard a lot about the green hydrogen narrative, what was missing for me was for people to understand the importance of a port, right? That it sits at the center of it all. Whether you evacuate, export or import, none of that can happen without a port. And as we know from the maritime perspective, we carry more than 90% or 95% of the global trade. And I think what's important for me is looking at the different country strategies and how a port is infused in that. So most importantly, I think, ladies and gentlemen, what I really appreciate about our panelists is that we've got the port, we've got a pipeline infrastructure, we've got an SCZ, we've got a project developer, we've got innovators and people who put it all together from Jörg's side. So I think I'm actually quite excited that we actually having a very great and holistic conversation. So Asanda, let me start with you. What has been interesting for me, in fact, yesterday, for the first time, seeing Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Northern Cape signing an MOU. I mean, that was historic. We never had that before, as you know. Last year, it was between Northern Cape and Western Cape, so there's been a lot of talk around Northern Cape and Western Cape. We are very happy to see Eastern Cape being brought into this picture, and as you've referred to it, you've articulated to how you guys have existing infrastructure. So if maybe you can just take us into your confidence, where do you guys fit into the green hydrogen story now? So what is going to be your play? Where do you see yourself fitting in? And what is it that you're going to do a bit differently, considering the equity that you guys already possess? As you said, you've been around for 20 years, or more than 20 years. I think it was during President Mbeki when Kuha was actually born, right?
4 years.
Yes, very interesting. So how do you see yourselves fitting into this picture?
I think, as I've said, Ipileng, I think what we sell as a special economic zone is a location for investors to come and locate within the special economic zone. And I think for us as Kuha, to be able to play in this current space of the green hydrogen is as a result of an investor that saw a potential for them to develop a green hydrogen and green ammonia plant within the special economic zone. And this, of course, is as a result of one, our closeness to the port, because they were then going to be able to export their product through the port. But importantly, as well, is the aspect of the actual infrastructure. Now that investor is Hive Hydrogen. They were announced last year at this conference last year as one of the projects that received a SIP registration, meaning it's projects that need to be fast-tracked or accelerated for development until they become operational. Now, Hive will be producing about 900,000 tons of green hydrogen and green ammonia, projecting to start operation by 2028. What has made us then to be able to be working with Hive is, one, for green hydrogen to be produced, there needs to be the electricity supplying the plant needs to be coming from renewable source. Now, as a special economic zone, the Eastern Cape area, we've got the capability for location of these renewable power plants, either electricity generated from solar or wind farms. So we then tick the box there. Secondly, as well, I did mention that within the special economic zone, there is a transmission substation, which means power that is going to be generated from those power plants can then be evacuated. So which means there's already synergies that have been created there as well. Okay. Thirdly, to produce green hydrogen, it requires a lot of water, which is about 9 liters per kilogram that's going to be produced. Now, within the special economic zone, there is already a tenant that has been producing salt for over a year through desalination process. So the byproduct of that becomes water. So we then tick that box to say when Hive comes in, there already is water which they can be able to use to produce their green hydrogen. Importantly as well, I think the role that we play as a special economic zone, because green hydrogen is really new, it's a space that South Africa is still trying to understand in terms of what is going to be required in terms of infrastructure, what permits are going to be required, is this going to be suitable for our environment and so forth. So we then also partner with the investor to ensure that we, as they go through their feasibility stages, as they go through the project development, that we are there, we're able to assist them. The other aspect then which we have done is for them to apply for the environmental authorizations, we partner with the investor throughout that process. We ensure that we facilitate all the discussions that need to be taking place with the various departments, with the metro, and with the port as well, because port here is really key. Otherwise, without access to the port, there will not necessarily be a project. So, as well, in the Eastern Cape, currently there is a capacity constraint when it comes to on the transmission side. Okay, now which means if ever you talk about investors, green hydrogen, there needs to be power that's going to be generated. But if there's no capacity on the transmission side, there's going to be a constraint. So we see then that the MOU that was signed yesterday will then allow the 3 provinces to be able to share and really optimize on resources that have been allocated by government to push not only the mandate of the provinces, but to push South Africa as a location that is suitable for investment. We also see that the partnership as well, because I mean, there's a lot of studies that are being conducted. Certain universities are doing their own things. So there's Stellenbosch, which is busy doing its own thing. So we also foresee that even in terms of the knowledge that has been developed by the universities, then the 3 provinces will be able to benefit. So which means that we will now be positioning South Africa as a suitable location for this type of projects.
Fantastic.
That is really going to be the benefit.
Very enlightening, Asanda. And I think for many of us, this is new news for us because, I mean, I can count myself in very familiar with what's happening in the Bohobay space, in the Northern Cape, very familiar with what's happening in Saldanha Bay. Today is actually very interesting to hear more about your story. And I think most importantly, that all the key ingredients that we keep alluding to is then ecosystem. What's happening with the transmission? Infrastructure, is it in place? And your track record clearly is going to make it easier for you guys to almost accelerate your pace. Is that so?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Monica, moving on to you. As we've just said, nothing happens without a port. So you have an ambition of obviously becoming the green hydrogen hub of Europe, and we've been, as I said, thank you very much because you've enlightened us and shared a lot of knowledge with us over the past year or so. If you can take us through what are your plans, what is happening with offtake agreements, where are these offtake agreements going to be coming from, how are you managing and navigating through the different stakeholder set as you actually embark on your pathway. Thank you, Monica.
When you ask me what is needed to do things,
That's it.
how can we make this work?
Yes.
It's almost impossible to, start. Where should we start? It's a very big, as Jorgo also said, it's huge. You start with positivity, because if you don't believe it's going to happen, you're not going to do it. That's a very simple and basic answer. But it's a bit too simple for this discussion. Maybe I should also quickly, because my colleague from Kucha explained her role, also maybe the role of Port of Rotterdam is not only about ships. There's basically 2 things we do. We have the ships, safety and efficiency, but there's also some 3,000 companies working in our port, and they have refineries, they have chemical industry going for them, they have terminals, they have storage tank operations. And we manage the whole of it as an integrated thing. So it's a port and industrial zone. It's the World Bank landlord model, actually. So what my colleague is doing, we're also doing on our side. We look at ourselves as a port development company, so I think we have a lot in common there, trying to accelerate and prepare the grounds for all the companies working in the port. What we have to do is move a little bit ahead of them, like you have to do, because we have to prepare those grounds. If we don't have pipelining, if we don't have high voltage connections, if we don't have the right road connections, nobody can move once they want to do it. So our hydrogen plan started in 2013 already. We were preparing that vision in 2013. It was a very small team at the time, but we had the good fortune to have a CEO that said the transition is our strategic thing, because we're a very big oil and gas port, big energy port, and we have to change that. And if we change that, it means that we need to change 40 to 50% of what our whole port community now exists of. It's about 400,000 jobs, almost. It's a very big part, because we're a tiny country, 200 by 300 kilometers, so it's a very big part of our economy, but also linking with Germany, Belgium, north of France, Austria, Switzerland, bringing goods there. It's 500 million consumers. It's a long story, just to give you a bit of a background on our port. But what we've been trying to achieve is to help our port community move where they weren't doing so, or to connect with those who were, like some of the companies believed with us that we should have our own electrolyzer cluster to have some local production of green hydrogen. That requires concessions of wind energy, which was also, co-organized by us at the beginning to just get it all, in a program. So that's what we did. But what do we need to do now? It's 4 years ago. First of all, now a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's not moving as fast as we were expecting it to move." And then I think, but just look back. 4 years ago we were talking about how could we ship hydrogen. And now there's a lot of consensus on the first way to do that, and how to use derivatives and e-fuels as a carrier. There's also an incredible increase in talk about SAFs and also hydrogen for airplanes. I heard someone tell me that Airbus are going to produce a hydrogen-fueled big aircraft by 2035. I know it sounds far away, and it sounds like, oh God, the climate change is already happening faster than we were hoping it would be. So 10 years seems a long time from here, but hey, we started in 2013, and it feels like yesterday, and we did, all of us, achieve a lot since then. And as Jörg said, it was a small group of people who were believers, and now the world sees it, we believe it, and what we need is to work together, to use each other's strengths. And there's weaknesses everywhere in this system still. But let's not emphasize them, let's deal with them, and let's just keep going forward. And then when you look back in a few years, you will understand what you've been doing. For now, it's just every little step counts.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's actually very insightful. Moving on to you, Arco, it's been interesting. Of course, we spent time together yesterday, and to learn about your very strong track record around your piping system that you have, and looking at what is happening between South Africa and Namibia. What do you think needs to happen? What would be the requirements? Because it sounded like yesterday when we were chatting, there's a two-pronged approach in a way. Repurposing, is it possible to repurpose first and foremost, or do we have to start from scratch? And then secondly, there's also either starting from scratch. So if we are starting from scratch, what do we need to do? So if you look at South Africa, Namibia, how could that then fit in well with the Netherlands, where we then put all three together, and then obviously piggybacking from your track record? Can we have a pipeline between Namibia and South Africa, Northern Cape, maybe decarbonizing Secunda? We've been having that conversation for a while now, looking at decarbonizing the mines. What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah. Well, I'll try to give an answer to that, of course.
Thank you.
It's quite a huge question, and I think it's a very crucial one. But let me first go back 10 years. And
Great.
that is I landed in Windhoek in Namibia. I was just as a tourist in Namibia. I have been many, many times in South Africa. It was my first time in Namibia. And the Windhoek airport was just a small airport at that moment in time. There was one big sign on the airport. And I was there with my children, and the sign was telling me, Namibia can supply all energy to Europe. 10 years ago. They did not mention hydrogen, they did mean hydrogen. But it was just a sign. For me, that was the trigger. That was my moment in time that I did understand, okay, the world is going to change, of course, climate. But here in Southern Africa, there's that much space for wind energy, for solar energy. So that can create a revival of the economy in Southern Africa itself. But it also is a new connection between Southern Africa and the rest of the world. That was 10 years ago. You mentioned only 10 years ago. Well, let's not forget about that. And look where we are right now. Now coming to your more concrete question. And I will try to view it from both sides of the ocean, so to say. So from the Netherlands and from Southern Africa. From the Netherlands, yes, we have a huge natural gas pipeline system. Not only in the Netherlands, more or less all over Europe. But the special thing in the Netherlands is we have a double, triple, quadruple pipeline system. That is because we had that much natural gas ourselves. And that opens up the opportunity to convert part of that system directly from natural gas to hydrogen. And there the Netherlands is quite special in Europe. So what we do as a company is that in just a few years' time, we convert a substantial part of our natural gas system and make that available for the hydrogen. Then we are not yet done, because we can do so, but then we have not a complete system. There are some routes, so to say, that we have to start from scratch. And we found out, so we have to make the combination, just as you mentioned, converting part of the system and, let's say, looping part of the system with new elements. And the good thing is, we hear a lot about plans and about ideas and about projects, but in this special case, and it's in the Rotterdam area, we have decided that we will build that pipeline. So in the Rotterdam area, next week, with our king, we will start the construction of the new pipeline system in the Rotterdam port area. Wow. That is most important, because then you can connect our wind energy, you can connect the import terminals from where the hydrogen comes from all over the world, and you can connect the refineries and the chemical industry. This is the way to open up the market on the other side of the ocean. And I think the Netherlands is front runner, yes, and of course we cooperate with Belgium and Germany, so basically it's one area, but I think especially the Rotterdam area is, let's say, the trigger point to do this. And I think we are proud that we have made that plan a couple of years ago, and we are even more proud that it's not a plan, but that we do execute right now. This means that potentially, on the other side of the ocean, the market is ready to get the hydrogen. Now step across the ocean to the other side, to Southern Africa, to Namibia. And of course we see what's happening here. And we are most happy that last year there was this, let's say, combination between the Western Cape and the Northern Cape, and now that we see it extended also to the Eastern Cape. I think South Africa does understand you have to do it this way, because you must create a bigger system, you must create confidence, and that is the basis to make a new system that is a global system. That can only be done when we really cooperate and when we have trust. It's not about just a contract, not just about a bit of money. It's trust that is the basis to create such a system. And then we need a lot of commercials and legal, but you have to start with trust and create that trust. So this cooperation between the 3 Capes is fantastic. My wish is not only the cooperation between the 3 Capes, but it's also between Namibia and the 3 Capes. Because in the end, and that is again from a pipeline perspective and understanding what infrastructure means for economy, my understanding or the best thing would be to create a combination from Namibia with a pipeline going south all the way to Cape Town, all the way to the East Cape, and let's do it that way. And whatever project will be there, There's only one thing very sure. When you have such a pipeline system in place, there will be many projects because it is so easy to connect to that system. So your pipeline system, your infrastructure, is the trigger to create a full system. That is my wish. I hope that we as a company, with our experience in Europe, also can contribute to developing such a system here in Southern Africa. And we are going to put a lot of effort in it because we think that is crucial. So that's the infrastructure. There's one more thing I want to say, and that is about money. It's always also about money. Hydrogen is not yet a very cheap product. We are all enthusiastic, but it requires a lot of upfront investment. And the issue at this moment in time, and it's different from last year, investments are even more expensive right now. Capital costs have gone high, investment costs have gone high, and when you then enter into a system where you need solar, where you need wind, where you need electrolyzers, where you need conversion to ammonia, where you need to invest into pipelines, into ports, and so on, you must understand, and you cannot neglect, that is a complicated period of time where we are now, which we have to overcome and which we have to address. Don't forget about it because it's really there. And then again, Southern Africa, it has a fantastic potential, but also please do understand, it's not the one and only region in the world. Or you have to compete also with the Middle East, with Latin America, with Northern Africa. And that's how we face it also from Western Europe, of course. We also, let's say, we have to compare and we have to select in the end. So it's also a global competition about being first and being, let's say, the crucial one. I think what's going on now in South Africa with this coordination between the Capes, when we make that going in Namibia itself with Hyphen and the bigger system, when we make this combination between Namibia and South Africa, I'm quite confident that in that international competition, Southern Africa can do. But it is not easy. You have to work very, very hard.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think when we look at many stakeholders, in fact, I used to ask myself, looking at the Hyphen team, if you guys actually sleep, Marco, because you are right. People are working around the clock. Yeah. I mean, the way you guys travel, you know how we get to meet in different markets. So you are right that everyone has got to, I mean, it's business unusual, as I call it, because the time is of essence, and it's important that we rise. So thank you very much for those lessons. Moving on to you, Marco. Your exports market, obviously we are very familiar with what Hyphen is doing, and of course you are enjoying the early or the first move advantage, actually. So many of us are going to be almost learning from some of your challenges, lessons, and mistakes. Where are your offtakes in terms of the markets? And do you actually see any groundbreaking innovations that will support and enhance the scaling of what you're up to?
Thanks for the question, Ipeling. Maybe to start with the second part of the question first in terms of scaling. The whole premise, when we submitted our bid for the project, it was all premised around common use infrastructure and scalability, because ultimately the world needs around 3,000 of our projects, of half an equivalent size project. Our project is over $10 billion, only 2 million tons of green ammonia. It's a fraction of what the world requires. So the world is looking for scale. Scale gets cost. The first projects will be expensive, so you need a pathway to scale. And that's where Namibia has an ability with the state owns the land. The state can plan at a central level, allocate land out in a systematic way that the market can absorb and service, with a pathway to then drive down price. And then the competitive market will then take it from there. So when we even submitted our bid, we envisaged a pipeline going all the way to Secunda. So we saw the regional integration potential of this. So we see ourselves as a very important project, not only for Namibia, but for the region in terms of showing effectively a platform or a blueprint of how to enable scale through subsequent projects. So, for example, then turning to the second part of the question, in terms of key markets, when we conceived of this project, we saw it as a Europe-only project. Equipment suppliers, technology suppliers, EPCs, offtake market, the policy direction around decarbonization was all centered around Europe. And we worked very hard to develop a network of partners in Europe, working very closely with the Port of Rotterdam, who've been doing the master plan for the port development, not just at the port in Luderitz, where we'll export, but also in the port of Rotterdam, where we're working with import terminals around the other side of the supply chain, so it's end to end. And we still see Europe as being centrally core to our strategy, and the Port of Rotterdam as being the largest gateway into the industrialized area. I think what we have seen over the last year or so is that Korea and Japan have moved very aggressively and very quickly to also secure green energy, because Europe is going to place rules at their borders that will effectively have an implication for those industrialized nations looking to compete. So it's almost an existential risk for Korea and Japan, because if they don't decarbonize, they're going to be priced. They're going to have a carbon border adjustment price at the border, which is going to make their big, large industrial economy uncompetitive versus European production. So you've got different geographical regions competing for offtake. You've got different countries developing their supply strategies. And effectively, if you look at what Holland and Namibia have done, is form a deep relationship. So it's not just Gasuni sitting here or the Port of Rotterdam, the terminal operators in the port. It's also the investment fund. So the government of Holland, through one of its agencies, has providing the funding to Namibia to enable them to establish their sovereign wealth fund to take an equity stake in the first project. It's geopolitics. This is ultimately about energy security. I think you were saying it's around trust. Absolutely, Ilko, it's about trust. Because ultimately, if you're going to rebuild an energy dependency, you need to trust the party on the other side of that transaction, implicitly. And that's where we believe that certainly Holland and Namibia have worked very, very well together, and Hyphen, as the first project, has slotted into that relationship, and we value it very deeply.
Fantastic. And we also note that you are also making headways with South Africa as well.
Yes.
Yeah, which is exciting.
Absolutely.
Because that's what we've been waiting for, right?
So maybe just to talk about ports. So ports are very, very expensive, and you're either lucky with the natural conditions that you find yourself in. So you either have a natural bay or you don't, and then the cost of developing a port becomes a big, it's either an enabler or a financial drag on your project. And we're very, very lucky in Luderitz, where there's an existing port that we can leverage infrastructure, similar to the port of Kucha. But it's in deep water and it's naturally protected, and therefore we can start relatively cheaply, which is what we need to get these first projects over the line. And ultimately, I think there's an opportunity for the two countries to effectively share port infrastructure with Bukubai. And Bukubai is a more expensive port solution. They just don't have as favorable conditions as we do in Luderitz. But I think it's an opportunity for the two countries to collaborate.
Fantastic. Or you can start with the pipeline. How's that?
Absolutely.
Right? We can start with the pipeline. Okay, moving on very nicely. I know my gentleman at the back there is looking at time. We've got 10 minutes, so we are doing well, right? We've got our last. Thank you so much. So moving on to you, York, playing a very, very key role. Whilst I come from corporate and now as an entrepreneur, I appreciate what you do so much. Looking at how you put it all together. So Knowledge Institute, public sector, private sector, bring in subsidies and aggregating it all. Very interesting model. And I think in South Africa, probably in Namibia, there's lots to learn from that. Can you take us through how do you think you can engage with South Africa and how we can work with yourselves as a country or as Namibia.
Yes. So the way we work in the Netherlands is we create public-private partnerships where industry, NGOs, research institutions, governments are involved. And maybe it's good to mention that the government only is making available a budget of 10 billion euros. So let's say, for those who are not familiar with euros, it's around $11 billion only for the next 4 to 5 years to invest in hydrogen alone. So I think that the government is really taking their share, and you can double or triple that if you look at investments from industry. So we have a huge budget, and what you see in South Africa is that you have a very high unemployment. And we have the, let's say, the reverse problem. We really can't find the technical people to do the work. We can't find the MSc students. We can't find the PhD students. So I think that if we create a fruitful collaboration between Southern Africa and, let's say, let's think bigger, Northwest Europe, where the big markets are, 40% of current hydrogen demand is in Belgium, Netherlands and Germany alone, of the whole 28 European countries or EU countries. So I think if we create such a partnership, we can really help each other, and I think that's also something that you should demand from us. South Africa, Southern Africa should ask us, help us to educate our people, to make sure that we build capacity, and I think we've got amongst us several companies working on that. For example, Impact Hydrogen Africa, they are working on delivering best practices, building ecosystems, doing courses, and I think that's something that we can work on jointly, and really something you should demand. Like we're not only here for your fuel, for your green hydrogen or the derivative, but we're here, you know, to build a sustainable relationship, and that can only be built when we include everything. So that means the water, local energy supply, educate people, make sure that they have a decent income, and I think that's a true partnership. And I don't want to make it too big, but you know, there's an excellent chance for us to do this to the world, you know, and this is, now we're talking with South Africa, but also if you talk to other regions in the world, like, this is a chance not to be missed, and I think that makes me very optimistic, given your large resource here of enthusiastic people. Like, this is a 1 in a million chance that we have to take.
Fantastic.
So I'm really looking forward to doing that.
Thank you very much, Jörg. So ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it for yourselves, a very interesting, holistic conversation, quite inclusive. I think probably what we'll need to do is to find some of the DFIs, in fact, even that climate fund, the fund gentlemen, to actually join our conversation so that we also understand how are they backing all the initiatives. And in fact, you are right, because Ninke, is it Ninke?
Yeah.
Ninke from Yes.
Yeah.
So Ninke, they've been doing quite a great work. I've looked at their report that they've put together, and we've started actually working with them. And it's actually such a pleasure. I'm probably going to be the first one to take advantage of what you are doing and take advantage of what you are doing and all of you guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, probably just a few questions before we close. It would be great just to hear from the audience. Any other questions for any of our panelists? So 1, 2, 3, 4. So only 4. Great. We can start with that gentleman. Thank you. And if we can keep it very short so that we can close. Thank you.
Abanti Kiremere from Mitsui. I would like to ask about the subsidies. What kind of demand currently there is for green hydrogen? We had the example yesterday of the Namibian project requiring about $1 billion per year in subsidies because of the premium on green hydrogen. What's the current market in Europe today, and what offtake commitments are there coming from Europe?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. We have different kind of subsidies, but the ones you're referring to, on the one hand, the Dutch government has an investment corporation, Invest International, that is actually investing in Southern Africa to get these assets off the ground. And we also have different programs, not only on Dutch level, but also on European level, that will give you support for every kilogram of green hydrogen that will be imported. In this case, we team up, for example, with Germany. Germany has the large H2Global program, where Germany, I think, is in the first phase, they're investing something around 1 billion euro. And the Dutch government has decided to add 300 million on top of that for the first tendering process, which will start soon or is already running. I'm not sure about that. And at the same time, we're establishing a European Hydrogen Bank. And that bank has also, for the first phase, something like 800 million euros to contract green hydrogen around the world. So that's only a few examples, but we also have this in innovation, in human capital agenda, to get the courses done, to get the education supported. So it's a whole array of possibilities that they're funding.
Fantastic, very interesting.
Maybe.
I think.
Could we add something?
Do you want to add to it
Yeah, we would both like to.
Okay.
Shall I start? And
Yeah.
And then,
on the subsidies?
Yeah.
okay, it's not only about subsidies. I also realize I didn't fully reply to your question. What are you doing about matchmaking? What are you doing about bankability?
Yes.
Because subsidies are part of bankability for the first movers.
Indeed.
But in the end, of course, the commercial market needs to be developed.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'll also let you complement this statement, but we are looking at bankability. We're also looking at first offtake, first mover contracting. We've built a big database of demand. There's also a specific demand in Rotterdam that already 500,000 tons of hydrogen is being used currently in Rotterdam, right? And that's now grey, so it has to change. But it's also gas replacement, it's everything. And we are looking at a market that is starting to move towards commercial deployment. It's not there yet, and there's going to be a lot of government support. And the other thing, just to finalize and not forget to say this, is for South Africa, the Dutch government, because it needs to work on both sides, bankability needs to work on both sides. For South Africa, one of the funds that's been set up, the major fund, the Invest International Climate Fund Management Fund, intends to raise 1 billion euros, so that's about 20 billion rand, just for getting infrastructure projects and first mover production projects off the ground, and to connect them with our port, because of course each project needs a buyer. So we're going to do the whole supply, just as we did for Namibia, or as not we did for Namibia, as we worked together on for Namibia.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want
Great,
to.
fantastic,
No,
Monica. So
sorry.
you've heard it for yourself, gentlemen, that
Next time.
you've heard about the subsidies, bankability, quite important, and I think there's no funder that will fund any project for that matter if it's not bankable. So I think there's actually a need to create a better awareness around what are the key instruments that are available from the Netherlands. So maybe having small round tables that we could have throughout the year to be able to ensure that a lot of our audience and the business community is aware of what is available out there and the requirements for that matter. There's a second gentleman, over to you, sir. We keep it very short because we're about to close. Thanks.
Yeah, that's fine. My name is Hans van Breugel from the Netherlands. I represent 2 shipping companies in the Netherlands under the Dutch Maritime Master Plan. My question is, what will be the main carrier of hydrogen? We see ammonia, we see green methanol, and we see liquid hydrogen. As shipping owners, we have decided it has to be liquid hydrogen. Our clients don't allow us to sail with ammonia because that's too toxic. I know that the Namibia project is going for ammonia, but is there room for liquid hydrogen as well? Or must it be methanol that is keeping us extremely busy? What will be the carrier of hydrogen?
I can take that.
Marco, I think that's yours, yes.
So I think it's maybe to take a step back and look at how the project, how the first hydrogen valley has been designed. So effectively, everybody will, Namibia has co-located sun and wind. So the electrolysis and the hydrogen production will take place in the land parcels, and hydrogen will be moved in a gas pipeline to the port where the chemical industrial synthesis will take place for export. The port has been designed as a multi-product port that is agnostic to the final hydrogen carrier. So it's future-proofed and from a design perspective. The first project, the first Hyphen project, is focusing on ammonia for expediency because of the existing market, the existing technologies, and the offtake use cases that are being supported both from an ammonia cracking perspective, where, for example, the Port of Rotterdam is looking at cracking back into hydrogen in the port, but also Korea and Japan are looking at direct use of ammonia into their power plants, into co-firing in their coal-fired power plants. So this is hard enough as it is. Instead of trying to create a new additional market, the market will go there, and I think the subsequent projects will be targeting different hydrogen vectors. And then the last point, in our area in Namibia, there isn't a sustainable carbon source that is in close proximity that we could utilize for other fuels. So we are looking at, and that's why we are not looking at other hydrogen vectors. And then you haven't touched on LOHCs. That technology is moving, particularly from a Japanese context. Some of them are going, again, they're going all in. It's not something that we follow closely. But again, what we'll never say is that we understand fully how this market's going to develop. We simply don't know. So all you can do then is plan for maximum flexibility so that you can respond to those market dynamics. And that's what we look to establish Namibia's design framework to be able to do that.
Fantastic. I think what's very clear is focus. So focus, and then you let others target other different usages, right? In fact, in Richards Bay, I'm not sure if you're aware, but in Richards Bay, there is a company that's actually producing methanol. So I like what you're saying, Marco. This is what we're going to do, and I like also your humility around not knowing how the market is going to respond, right? So that's actually quite mature. Thanks for that. Third question.
Good morning. Please excuse the rugby voice. Hendrik Lowe from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. It's very nice to hear all the gorgeous, positive stories. But Monica mentioned that there are still quite a couple of things which are issues at this stage.
Yes.
Now, the overseas partners sit in the fortunate position that we don't have. You look from the outside in. You see things that we do not see. What are the 2 or 3 red flags that you see with South Africa currently? And what's the one critical thing that we need to get in place now in order for this to materialize?
Very important question, and I think if we're looking for 3, we can just say 1, 1, 1. Red flags, 1.
Where I started, I think the red flag is when there is no trust, there is no start. So I think creating trust is very important, and then maybe also combining with financing. So far the model in Europe is very much based on, yes, we put in finance, whether it's H2 Global, whether it's the Hydrogen Bank, and it's on a global perspective. And I think what we have to do is, next to this global perspective, what we call the point-to-point perspective. So you have also your financing instruments between Southern Africa and the Netherlands. Not only on a global-to-global scale, but also to a point-to-point scale. And point-to-point means you can develop in Southern Africa, and means you can bring it to Northwestern Europe.
Great.
And you can do so, but you need the trust. So trust.
Great. So 1 word, Monica. Second red flag.
Well, I find it actually quite a complex question, I have to say, because it is not to us to tell you. You have to think about it and solve your... But I think one of the things we do see in South Africa, and it's also what I love about South Africa, is that there's a culture of getting everyone on board. You know, the bus won't leave before everyone is on it. So once everyone is on it, it moves, but not before that.
Yeah.
So that also says something about pace.
Yes.
And I think it is a very good thing. Just be careful to get the other ones on board fast enough, because otherwise you keep talking and you don't do it. And that's something that has a very strong good side, but also a little bit of a risk of delay, I think. And if we can solve that together by having the discussion, all of us, in a good way, and getting everyone on the bus.
That's a good one. Thank you, Monica. I think we have to close. We have our last question, so that's it. I'll give it 1 second, literally, and we're closing.
Hi, sorry for the last question. I'm Sanette Smit from Transnet Engineering, and my question is about how can we more openly share technical information. From a SOE perspective, it's very difficult to build a business case if you don't have the correct data, the correct costing. But we're not allowed to go out and ask for costs. We're not allowed to go and ask the market for certain things without a procurement mechanism in place. So it's sort of putting the carrot in, putting the horse in front of the carriage, or the carriage in front of the horse. So is there any good practices with sharing information and making access to everyone, so that we can have an open, I would say, contribution to everyone.
Fantastic. You know, it's quite interesting because I was asking myself as we're having the conversation, I wish we had Transnet in this room. So the universe sent you because you are very important in the equation, Transnet engineer. In fact, even talking about the pipeline, we cannot make that happen without Transnet engineering. So there's probably a nice opportunity for a coffee after this. Would you like to?
Shall I give a brief answer
please.
to this?
Thank you.
When we work in public-private partnerships, we always demand as much information as possible to be in the open space. For example, we have a project called High Delta, where we look at the supply chains of hydrogen and for repurposing natural gas pipelines for hydrogen. And there we said everything that you produce must be open, must be transparent, and also must preferably be in English, because we want to share this with the rest of the world. And for example, this project, we're now in the third phase, has so far produced 80 or 85 reports only on reconverting, repurposing natural gas pipelines. So we're open to share that, but you know, it's also when it's something done by a company itself, not in a public-private setting, then you must respect, you know, that there are P issues, that there are confidential issues. But I would urge everyone, everything that's not confidential, put it out in the open, write it in English so it can be shared with everyone.
Wow, thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much for spending your time with us. So we would like to obviously conclude our conversation. It is actually so fun. As you can see, I couldn't even sit down because my energy just doesn't allow me to sit down. I'm just too excited because the conversation is very, very important. So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, our panelists, and thank you for sharing your information with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Just a second, and on behalf of the Netherlands delegation to South Africa, I would like to thank you very much for joining this panel. It has been a great, I think a good success, a great success, and also fun to be with you in this panel. And I would like to hand over a small gift to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And thank you too. So
Fantastic.
great applause to our guest. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. It was great.
Thank you.
Colleagues, good morning. Those of you who are here, firstly, hello, I'm Sepiso, I'll be your moderator this morning. Those of you who are outside intending to take part in the country session for Namibia, South Africa collaboration here in Hall C, please come in and join us. We're going to start in the next 2 minutes. We are running a little late. Please bear with us, but we will start definitely in the next 2 3 minutes.
That side.
At the end, maybe Ipling can take a seat in between.
All right, we'll move close to you.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, so then maybe we should remove that chair then.
Let me take it down.
Oh, no, I
Let me take it.
So Ipling, okay, I know they're very. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time to join us for this country session to talk about Namibia-SA collaboration. I'm Sepiso Magweta, I'll be your moderator. For those of you who were probably here yesterday, I thought we'd just pick up on some of the issues that we spoke about yesterday, but they're also just listening into some conversations at the conference, it seems that there are either some stickler points people are unhappy about. So yesterday we spoke about the cost structure, James, we spoke about regulation, we spoke about certification, standardization, all of those issues. I picked up here and there from some people saying, show us the pipeline. It's all very good saying that there's investment, that there are projects underway, but we're just not seeing tangibles. Others saying, for instance, where are the hydrogen valleys? So I know there's quite a lot that I'm laying on the table, but I thought let's just put it out there, just some of the issues that I think are coming out, and please know that you are more than welcome to raise your hand, ask a question. I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing the recap, but I am going to allow my panelists here just to give an opening statement and maybe engage on some of the issues that I mentioned came up from yesterday. If you want to take part, please raise your hand, identify yourself, maybe to whom you'd like to pose a question to, and let's have a great conversation. We are running a bit late, starting about 9 minutes late, so apologies to those who are live streaming. But I think let's just go ahead. Let me introduce my panelists. James Nyanyupe, who's Office of the President Namibia Commissioner there. He's furthest to my right. Marco Raffinetti from Hyphen Africa, and Ipileng Silele, RSS Green Mobility. We were expecting 2 other colleagues. 1 or 2 of them may hop onto the discussion. I'm not sure, but let's just go ahead and start. So, James, I think let's talk about some of the issues that you in particular raised yesterday about country context, about the context, the cost structure, and what you see as the unfairness of some of these deals, that they seem to be looking more to benefit the North industrial nations than particularly Southern Africa. Why do you think that is the case, and do you think it's something that can be fixed in the short term, given the fact that this is still in the development phase?
Sure, and I think it's very important for all of us to realize that green hydrogen per se, as a sector or an industry or a developing energy vector, is, as you mentioned, in its nascent stages. I actually just left the Africa Energy Week today, where the president is about to be honored for his leadership. And when you look at the crowd there and the capital that's been spent for that event versus what we're doing here, you can see that one is very mature and one is developing. So the economics of producing this new product are, of course, one that require a certain level of public sector intervention. The molecules that are going to be produced cleanly in order to replace those that will be produced with hydrocarbons, it'll cost more, right? So whether you're looking at green hydrogen at $6, $7, $5 a kilo, gray hydrogen at $1 or $2 a kilo, or whether you're looking at ammonia, the price differential can be almost 2 times, right? Almost double what you'd produce with your hydrocarbon counterparts. So without a doubt, there is intervention required. Now, the key part of this discussion is the intervention required is predominantly, of course, coming from the developed nations, which is good because, of course, that accelerates their ability to transition and meet their goals. But unfortunately, of course, given that there is a limited amount of capital, a lot of that capital sometimes is going to projects being developed in the global north. And I think if you speak to most people, there is a recognition that a lot of the superior renewable energy resources needed to produce the molecules actually sit in the global south. So there's a conversation there that needs to happen about how do these offtake support mechanisms also get designed to support the global south to make these molecules versus a lot of those subsidies actually going to the global north anyway. And that, of course, is an ongoing dialogue, and we're having that with our key partners in the global north. And it is one that sooner rather than later, we need to get into the weeds of and the details of designing these mechanisms. Otherwise, we will not see enough projects in the global south reaching final investment decision and starting construction.
But perhaps to hear your insights in this, one of the questions that came from the floor during one of the sessions I was having yesterday was just talking about South Africa SA collaboration. What is the ultimate plan for South Africa? Are you planning to be an exporter forever, an importer forever? What is the model that you're looking at? This is the question that was being asked. And I'd like to hear from you. We are also still in talks as a country about some of the things we need to look at policy-wise, incentives, etc. But what are your thoughts about, are we in a position to make that decision right now, given our capacity?
Thanks, Tsepiso. I think you might be aware that we've got a commercial strategy, the commercialization strategy that has just been gazetted, which gives clarity around our blueprint in terms of our pathway. And I think for green hydrogen, it's actually a two-pronged strategy. It's import and also export. But I think what's important is also, it's more export and it's actually industry capacity. So how do you capacitate your own domestic market? So as you know, we have a few projects. You have Priska, that is more for export purposes. You also have people like us, RRS, who are more domestic and looking at the industry application of green hydrogen and looking at mobility, where we have an N7 corridor project, looking at the heavy haul trucks that are moving between Namibia, Northern Cape, and Saldanha Bay. So I think it is a two-pronged strategy. And I think what is exciting is that there's been quite a bit of work that has been put in, a lot of time and resources. And James also calls it economic diplomacy, which is quite interesting, where we took took it upon ourselves as private sector, but working with a few other public sector officials, and I think most importantly from the Namibian side, where we were embraced to actually put our heads together in terms of what we want. And if you look at what has just happened last week, which I think is actually something to be embraced and celebrated, is our president who has just gone to Namibia. And if you look at his delegation, it was quite a big and very important delegation, if you were to agree with that, James, where probably almost half of our cabinet actually went to Namibia to demonstrate how serious we are as a country, in case anyone doubted if South Africa was actually serious about this collaboration, and how we perceive this as a Southern Africa effort, and that we actually appreciate that we have different strengths, and that, and I think Mark will probably touch on that, and how do you look at also common user infrastructure. What is it that we need to look at? So if you're an investor, can you really have two electrolyzer plants in Namibia and South Africa? And probably the answer is no, because there's no, everyone, I mean, as you know, funders, you want a bang for your buck. So those are some of the things that we're deliberating on to ensure that we're quite intentional, but we also prioritize. In fact, at our conversation last week when we were together, we were talking about how about an implementation matrix, where we actually at least look deeper to say, you have a lot of investors that are flocking into our region. So as we talk and collaborate, we need to almost be in touch all the time to say who's coming to you and who's coming to us, and how can we then ensure that it works for both countries, but most importantly for the region, and make it easier for investors to come into our countries and not almost have to make them choose. I think it's key that when they put money in our kitty, it's actually more efficient. So it's up to us. We have a lot of work to do. I think we have done quite a bit of the heavy lifting has been done. The presidents have also endorsed that last week, but I think it has just only, we have just begun.
So, would you like to comment on that, Marco? Just sharing of infrastructure, but also the Hydrogen Council, I think, has 3 categorizations of countries where they fall. And I'd like you to look at maybe South Africa and Namibia, if there is indeed compatibility to the extent which we want as part of the collaboration.
I think it's probably more a question for government to answer than us, but I think when we conceived of our project at the time that we bid, we saw in the long term, a hydrogen pipeline that would link the two countries together. South Africa is the largest industrialized nation in Southern Africa and one of the top 15 carbon emitters globally. So having a pathway to decarbonization for South Africa would make sense, and South Africa may not have enough resources in terms of natural resources from a wind and solar perspective in order to decarbonize on its own. And therefore, we saw Namibia as being a key ally to South Africa as a potential partner in that journey. So we drew a line on a map for a potential pipeline linking down to the Western Cape and into Secunda. But I think it's really for the two governments at a national level is to walk that journey. The objective for Hyphen is to lay the foundation for the first project that will, from a master planning perspective, integrate into regional infrastructure should that come in time.
And I understand what you're saying, but are those some of the considerations that you have when you're looking at it, when you are seeing, the feasibility studies that are out there already?
I think from our perspective, to James's point earlier, these projects are expensive. The first molecules to flow out of these projects will be expensive, and they will come down over time, the same way renewables and solar has decreased over time. So the global north is in a far better position to pay for those expensive molecules up front with a promise of cheaper molecules to flow in the future as the industry matures. And from our perspective, the project is enormously complicated, just as it is, to try to link it into South Africa, link it into an offtake market that isn't yet clear. If you even look at Sasol, they're not looking at, they're making 2.5 million tons of grey hydrogen a year. Their project is export focused, it's not domestic focused, because I'm assuming they can't absorb that high cost into their business at this point in time, even though they've got a big decarbonization journey. And it really is the global north that is going to take the first molecules. And as the price comes down, the local region can benefit from local use. That's the way I sort of see it at a macro level.
Okay, so I think, Bra Silas, am I correct that you're here to speak on behalf of Masipo from the presidency? May I ask if we can also get a roving mic, one for the audience, and
Let me grab your chair.
Don't lean back.
a friendly hijack. So I don't know if you've been following part of the conversations, but maybe for me to ask this question in terms of finalizing the policy framework. The question has been asked on defining who's an investor and also the legal recourse that will be built into the framework to just police some of these issues. Where's South Africa in that conversation? And as Ipeling was saying earlier on, that you're collaborating as South Africa and Namibia to check in with each other on what works best for your partnerships. Do you foresee any challenges, though, as South Africa in, because I mentioned earlier on in the discussion, you spoke about country context, but I was saying at the end of the day, national interest is something that cannot be ignored. It's a reality. And Billing, even you mentioned that these are two different countries in terms of what their overall development outlook are if you look at a granular level. So, Brasilas, would you like to comment on that?
No, thanks. Is it still morning? Good morning, everyone. Look, I was just asked to come in and help Masuba because he's sitting in another meeting at a portfolio committee that is also important. I think as government, we've taken Namibia very seriously. I think this year alone, in August, we were in Namibia. Last week, we were in Namibia. Out of 152 agreements, I think 2 were added, about 156 agreements were discussed, and both presidents endorsed them. And high on the agenda is the green hydrogen. From our side, we know very well that Europe is interested in the Namibian green hydrogen, but we are saying to Namibia, let it start at home first. And home in this case is the region, the sub-Saharan. And then whatever we are left with, we can then, give it to our friends in Europe. I know it's difficult initially, but what we're trying to do is, as much as Namibia wants Europe and South Africa to be the off-takers, we can't continue with the old formula of just taking from our neighboring countries. They need to develop as well, and we want to help them to develop. Secondly is the shortage of our energy on the South African side. Namibia is at an advanced stage on the gas-to-power side, which again we're saying, we're giving you about 100 megawatt. We have never load-shed you, and we're load-shedding even Cape Town last night. Can you start by giving yourself part of that gas-to-power? And whatever is left, give it to us in Botswana. That's another way of forcing Namibia to develop itself. Without their own power, they won't develop. Electricity leads the economy everywhere in the world. So we are agreeing on that. The challenge there is our transmission grid cannot take what Namibia is promising us. But as we speak now, Eskom is actually finalizing one of the lines that is interconnecting into Namibia. And again, last week we agreed that we will build more lines to take that power from Namibia. They play a very key part on the Southern African power pool, which is the immediate, without many negotiations with SOEs like Eskom. Whatever megawatt you have, if you put it through the Southern African power pool, the whole region benefits. But the major benefactor would be South Africa. The opportunity that Namibia has got on the gas means there's a possibility of bringing a gas pipeline into South Africa. The only way that we can see places and projects like Boegoebaai happening is if we can get offshore wind, which can run like in Denmark, 24 hours on the Namibian waters, that energy coming into the Northern Cape, then we can see projects like Boegoebaai coming in an affordable, sustainable way. The discoveries of Namibia, which I'm very jealous on actually, on the heavy fuels, crude oil, and I don't know why God chooses to give these other countries these things and not South Africa. You know, but it's a big opportunity for South Africa. And we're saying to Namibia, let's develop that. It was not part of the 156 agreements, but we've asked that it be added, gas and oil, so that then we are really, really interested in that. If it can make our petrol price go down, we'll be happy. If it can make our gas to power, Saldanha, Richards Bay, Kucha happen quickly, we are happy. Behind the scenes, there's a big, big question where our only dependent supplier of gas in the country is also saying they may not have gas beyond 2027. And we see Namibia coming into play either through our local gas suppliers or directly to the state-owned entities. There's a good opportunity. Without that, our gas to power in South Africa should be killed.
Okay, ask anybody who's got a question, please raise your hand. I just need to ask a follow-up question here to Jane. So is there anybody who has, okay, please, can we get the microphone to that end of the room? So James, one of the audience was asking if some of these projects are taking place on environmentally protected land, and what guarantees are there that there won't be any transgressions. But most importantly, Namibia is saying, for instance, that it's a global leader in terms of conservation in nature, and you also say that you will explore transparent auctions, joint ventures, and/or government-to-government agreements with speed needed to support energy security while combating climate change and maximizing opportunities to create. So what guarantees are you offering? In the discussions you're having in the SA-Namibia collaboration, what concrete steps have taken place to ensure this?
Sure, and I think we've gone one step further than guaranteeing anything. We have a track record, right? So Namibia has conserved more than 42% of its land mass is in protected areas. So that's not a guarantee, that's just a reality. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find countries like that in the world with that much area protected from a nature conservation perspective. The fact that we want to prioritize nature conservation and environmental protection is actually enshrined in our constitution. So again, it's not a guarantee, it is our way of life. The area, the Tsauke National Park, where we are thinking about developing the hydrogen project, is actually a multi-use national park. So it's not your typical sort of national park. Diamond mining has taken place there before. Tourism activities have taken place there before. And so, of course, again, we do have a track record of working with the best companies in the world, Anglo-American, De Beers, etc., to work in these sensitive areas and produce wealth and value, not just for Namibia, but for the region in a transparent manner. So I would say don't look for a guarantee, look for our track record over the past 30 years. I think the other thing that's very important, and this is a very critical subject, is the reason Silas, myself, our two presidents are talking about, if you listen to what he's talking about, it's an energy mix that provides a sustainable foundation for a couple of things. One, for the region to develop, address poverty, address access to energy, etc., but at the same time to combat climate change, right? Because we realize we both have young kids and we're trying to give them a home and a planet that will serve them well for many generations to come. And that intricate balance is translating into very interesting conversations for project developers like Marco and RRS and Priska, because when they go to get money from lenders, they have to meet standards. A practical example is that IFC, the International Financing Corporation, has a performance standard 6 that says to Marco, if he's looking to develop a project in a national park, he has to show that if that project has an impact on the biodiversity and the ecological systems in the Tsarkheb National Park, he has to illustrate that he will preserve and or compensate for that somewhere else in Namibia. Now the challenge is, if we've already conserved 42% of our country, where else does Marco go and conserve any more land in Namibia? At the same time, if we don't produce these molecules effectively by using the best solar and wind resources on the planet, well, you're going to kill the planet, right? Because you're not going to be able to operate within 2.5 degrees, right? So the produce that we're trying to make in this area is designed specifically to combat climate change. So that conversation is dynamic, it's multifaceted, it's sensitive, but it's got to be high.
Okay, so let me do this then. Marco and Ipele, may I ask you just before we go to our question, to get you both to comment on that, because I'm still, is there certainty around investor obligations and legal recourse? Marco, let's start with you, and then Ipele, if you could just jump in on that.
So maybe just to take a step back, you know, this building that we're standing in today was a natural environment before it was built upon. So human beings are unable to execute any kind of infrastructure without having an effect on the natural environment. And effectively what this performance standard 6 that James mentioned does is to say, what is sustainable development? Because all human impacts have a cost. You need to weigh that cost against the social benefit and other benefits. Again, to go back to a higher level, you need around 9,000 of our projects to decarbonize the energy system of the world. That land requirement is roughly, if you take solar and wind and an average level of output, and you work out spatially what do you require? You require a country the size of Namibia, 100% covered with wind turbines and solar panels. That's what it practically means. That's the 35th largest country by land mass in the world and the second least populated. Again, if you take a step back and say, well, if you can't sustainably develop in Namibia, which is the second least populated country on the planet, how is humanity actually going to achieve its decarbonization objective? So these are very, very big questions, and they're difficult, and I don't think projects have never looked at the spatial size of these projects, have never been considered before. It's almost like you're going to go build the city of London and you're now placing down the first house, but you can see where this is going to, you can see how big it is ultimately going to be. And then it comes down to, well, how do you then plan in that natural environment in the most responsible way? Because it is not all homogeneous. There's very, very sensitive areas, and then there's areas that aren't as sensitive. They're still sensitive, but they're not as sensitive. And then it's how do you design your infrastructure in such a way that you're limiting impacts. And if you had to go and build this, for example, in another country that has half, say 50% of the resource that Namibia does, then you need twice as many wind turbines, twice as many solar panels, twice as much transmission, especially if your wind and solar is in different places. Now you have to dig out more things out of the ground, more resources. So it's not just, it's the value chain that actually supports these projects as well as the impact on the project itself.
Okay. So Ipele, just to get your point of view of this, and maybe to throw in another concern that did come up yesterday, and I don't think it's really being dealt with, is land tenure consequences.
Well, from my experience at Tshepiso, we didn't really encounter any of that problem because I think you've got to be thorough with your methodology. I think for us, we started working with SANRAL, for instance, where you have to understand your key stakeholders' responsibility in your process. So we started off with SANRAL first, acknowledging that we cannot, of course, use the infrastructure without them as obviously one of the key landlords, and getting permits from them. So from our side, we've not had any issue. At all, because we've had to follow process. So I think you've got to be thorough in how we do things. And I think, adding to Marco's point, the reason why it's also important that your feasibility studies, especially the environmental aspect of it, has got to be thorough, because that's what guides you. The outcome of that then can actually inform the spatial planning. So I think it's such a long journey. You've got to be very thorough. Because that's what the outcome of that then will guide you to ensure that you comply with what James alluded to earlier on. Yeah.
All right, so I do apologize. I know I had to the lady there, the side back in front. You have the microphone? Kept you waiting so long, you forgot.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Rinani Musutwa from Namibia. And I think my question goes out to James. Namibia has agreed to take a 24% stake in the Hyphen venture. And according to my calculations, please correct me if I'm wrong, according to my calculations, that's about, 45 billion Namibian dollars? And that is nearly the total of our national budget. So I just wanted to know how Namibia is planning to raise those funds, and also evidence that this project is financially viable. I mean, because it's state resources that will be used, so that we don't, sit with a huge debt that the future generation would have to deal with. And also, just a small comment, I think we are really contradicting ourselves here a lot. We're talking about producing green hydrogen and saving the planet at the same time as we are inviting, oil companies, Shell, the Qatari government, and Total to come and explore for oil in Namibia. So what are we really doing here? Thank you.
So, James, can I get you to answer that question? And okay, then we'll bring the microphone to this thing. James, you can go ahead and answer.
Sure. Shall I answer that? So I'm so glad you answered that question. You asked that question, ma'am, because it's, without a doubt, arguably, I think, to me, the question of the century, right? Let's start with the economics of the Hyphen project. So let's just work with the numbers. So it's $10 billion to develop the total project. But you will not raise all of that as yourselves, as the developers or the owners of that asset. You are likely to raise 65 to 70% of that money in debt if the project is well structured, you're thorough, etc. So in actual fact, you're looking to raise $3 billion as equity providers. If you take 24% of that, you're looking at possibly about 720 million euros. If you multiply that by 20% for the exchange rate, you're at 14 billion. So 14 billion is not 45 billion. But our question remains, it's a lot of money for a country with very limited resources that is currently stretched. So how are we going to actually raise money to invest in a project like this? And allow me to answer this a bit thoroughly. So that's one question our citizens are asking us. In Saudi Arabia, in the United States, in Australia, and in a lot of EU states, their countries are investing from $7 billion to $1 billion in euros a year. Our biggest project is $720 million. We can't afford it. They're investing $7 to $1 billion a year to subsidize their hydrogen projects. This is a fundamental issue, okay? If you then listen to her second question, she says, but why would Namibia consider oil and gas while it's considering hydrogen? Do you know who the biggest producer of oil and gas in the world is? It's the United States of America. Guess who has announced the biggest subsidy program for green hydrogen in the world? It's the United States of America. Guess how much of that amount of money that the United States has announced is coming to Namibia? So how does Marco compete with a project in Texas that has a lower resource potential than the one in Namibia, if Namibia also doesn't consider oil and gas? Australia exports gas. The Netherlands deals in hydrocarbons. All these countries that are spending a lot of money, Saudi Arabia, Oman, to subsidize their hydrogen projects, are funding it with oil and gas money. So with all due respect, colleagues, it's very hard for us as Namibia, who cannot fully fund its education budget, to develop a hydrogen project without looking to utilize all of the resources at our disposal, not just to further our development as a country, but to further the development of the region. You've got Sasol next door. It's 5% of South Africa's GDP. They will need affordable molecules. If we don't develop these molecules right next door at a cost-effective basis, SA will suffer. And guess what? If SA suffers, Namibia suffers. The president said we're joined at the hip. We import almost everything for SA. So if SA experiences inflation in goods because of a lack of energy security, guess who absorbs all of that inflation? We're tied at the hip with the currency. So let's get real about hydrogen, right? Today, the opportunity, if I'm honest, is being stolen away from poorer countries that have superior renewable resource by wealthier nations that have significant fiscal resources primarily generated by hydrocarbons.
Okay.
So all I'm asking for us, if I can finish, is A, allow the conversation to be balanced. If the United States is willing to drill for oil in Alaska and their reason is unemployment, and they have 2 or 3% unemployment, and Namibia has 40% youth unemployment and 30% national unemployment, the UK is permitting coal plants today, and with all due respect, Germany signed agreements to start up coal power plants and to offtake gas just last year. Silas, let's develop a world that is
James,
equal.
and I want us to
And let's be fair.
I want us to continue with this conversation. What should be
Please.
considered relevant stakeholders or players in the hydrogen economy in just a moment. But please let me allow this gentleman here to go ahead. You can ask a question.
Thank you very much. Innocent Ngura, environmental scientist, researcher from Namibia. Just a quick comment on the oil and gas vis-a-vis green hydrogen. I think whilst the conversation needs to be balanced, there also has to be a clear division of work streams and dialogue within the two spaces. Else we risk actually confirming the narrative that the green hydrogen industry is pitched to basically just whitewash the oil and gas industry. I think that's important to note. Having said that, I want to ask a practical question to James and maybe Marco. In terms of the geographical location of the Hyphen project, the understanding was before the green hydrogen talk actually arose, the communities in and around the Tsaukai National Park where the project will be undertaken were actually on the verge of being offered tourism concessions within the park. We understand the park had been off limit for the longest time, but they were on the verge of being offered tourism concessions there and were then going to benefit from the tourism activities within the park. But that's all been wiped off the table with the emergence of this project. How much of that has actually been considered and incorporated into the project developments in terms of basically still assuring those benefits accruing to the community which has now lost that tourism potential? Thank you very much.
Right. So Marco, can I get you to jump in on that, and Silas, if you can also just follow up on that, because I'd like to hear from you where South Africa is. We talk about international standards, but where are we in the conversation of, again, back to country context, of what are the imperatives when we talk about a green hydrogen commercialization strategy, and what are then considered the relevant players and according to whom? So let's start with you, Marco.
So I think I'm actually going to defer that one to James. I'm happy to take the question, but I think the tourism concessions are a government-led initiative.
Yeah.
I've got a view, and you can refer it back to me at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so first of all, it's very important that the actual opportunity to develop tourism concessions in that area were afforded to anyone in the world, not just the communities there, okay? And the tourism concessions and the Hyphen project are all still being considered. Yeah, the Hyphen project is under feasibility. It has not been approved yet. These studies have to be done. In studying the Hyphen project, we have asked them to try and see whether they can coexist, not just with the tourism concessions in there, but there are also mines operating in the same area. So there's conversations between Hyphen, there's conversations between Hyphen and Namdeb, for example, etc. So that conversation is ongoing, and it's of course open to all parties. I think the other interesting thing for us was as we looked to avail these opportunities to develop the hydrogen projects there, during the government negotiations, we landed up in a situation where we said, when this project in particular is going to operate, they will pay the Ministry of Environment and Tourism directly 6 million euros a year in an environmental levy to help the Ministry of Environment and Tourism use that capital to conserve the area further and, of course, to promote the agenda of the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, of course, which includes environmental conservation and tourism. So that conversation is anchored in coexistence and isolating benefits for conservation and tourism in that area. And we're hoping that as these studies unfold, that is indeed what will manifest for that particular area.
Marco?
No, I think you've covered it well. Okay. I think the spatial use of land within that area is it's enormous. So it's the 2 pieces of land that Hafen has tended for 4,000 square kilometers. The actual land use percentage will be an absolute fraction of that. And a lot of the infrastructure is very spread, if you think of wind turbines. So the land preservation from an ecological perspective, there's a lot of preservation that will still remain. And by far the largest land footprint in the entire project are solar parks, and those are located in areas that are not really tourist, are not likely to be high of tourism value. So, for example, if you look at the project, most of the tourism activities are likely to be centered around the coastal region, and there'll be zero infrastructure in the coastal region for a variety of environmental reasons. So we've tried to take that into account in the overall design of the project. And I think what's important to note, there's obviously a lot of questions and concerns coming out of Namibia, and that's valid. But there is an environmental permitting process that we'll go through, and all of these issues will be ventilated through that process. And from a Hafen perspective, we committed to the highest possible standards. And I think that's important to note that for the green hydrogen industry to emerge at scale, this is one of the big issues that the world needs to try and balance. Where do we put all these projects? We need a lot of them. Where do we go? You can only build on land that isn't being utilized for something else. So it is a land use change. And then there needs to be a conversation around what is an appropriate land use change. If you look at a country like, Alaska, I think, Iceland. Iceland's made a decision. They like their natural beauty and they don't want wind turbines. They don't like the visual pollution of wind turbines. That's a policy decision a country is fully entitled to make.
Right. So Silas, what do you say to that? And that question that I asked about the discussions you're having about, on the one hand, there's what we call international standards, but from South Africa's perspective, who do you see as strategic in your hydrogen commercialization strategy as relevant players?
Yeah, maybe before I get to that question, if you look at Dubai, you look at UAE, Saudi, oil all the way, but they are also doing a lot of green work. Okay, we can't compare to them on the wealth and they're not creating jobs; they're creating wealth for their people. In Africa, we're still talking about creating jobs, but we are scared to create wealth. Okay, so the second part is, one thing that's haunting me is, what would have happened to South Africa if the Nationalist Party had not built the 40,000 megawatts of power? We would be dead. There wouldn't be even this center here. We have not added to what we took over from them in 1994. Where were the CFOs then? Because it didn't make financial sense that they built 40,000 megawatts for themselves. But they had a vision of industrializing, creating jobs. And it worked. They formed SOEs. Now, as part of the discussions in Namibia, Namibian government is saying, South Africa, can you take more of our students into South Africa? Example, medical students. We're taking a maximum 60 per year. They want us to take 300. We can't, because we also have students here that get regretted. But how are they going to build their own universities if they don't develop on the resources? So it's not about green and things that we're here for. It's bigger than that, you know? So in South African side, the Department of Environment, the Department of Transport, the Department of Education, the Department of Health, I mean, we're talking about borders. Fortunately, Namibians are not really, they're not bad people, eh? So when they come to South Africa, they come to do what they do and they go back home. Unlike others that when they come to South Africa, they hide. And whoever is hiding in South Africa is increasing our load. Because they switch on a light, which is impacting on our load shedding. They turn on the water tap. So they are on our resources. So that's why I say Namibians are nice people. If we had to classify people that we don't want into South Africa, Namibia, I mean, we don't need, actually, we should not need even visas. You must just come in and out because you are really well disciplined.
Pin that discussion and remember that.
So the Department of Minerals and Energy is very key, Treasury as well, and the Department of Public Enterprises. There's lots of skills exchange that we must do through our SOEs. And the last one is the Department of Dr. Ramuhopa. So we've all agreed that we're going to work hard to get these things done. The two presidents, actually the president of Namibia asked that these things be done quick. So the signing does not mean these things are going to happen. There's still legislative things, environmentalists, NGOs that must be engaged. But unfortunately for the two presidents, they may not be there next year. Because there's elections there, there's elections is also here. So when next we sit here, those two presidents might not be the ones that are pushing it. But remember, they are doing it for the communities, their constituencies. They are not doing it for themselves. And if it was other people, they would have said, why should we push this? We're going out anyway. Because the message is clear on the Namibian side that we may not have the same signature. So my plea is, let's start, but let's do things right. The damage is done on the ozone layer. Whether you do something or not, the environmental impact is already here. It's impacting all of us. But it's important that we keep our communities safe, we keep them healthy, but we create jobs and wealth for them. You'll be surprised that we've got Namibians that are depending on the South African social grant. And we took a decision that no, it must stop. Because there are South Africans that are not qualifying because they don't have IDs. So what are they going to say when they hear that we're actually giving these social grants monthly to a Namibian?
Okay.
But there's history in that which can't be forgotten. Other things like the water from Lesotho, you know, there's so many things that we're discussing that can happen before the green hydrogen, actually.
Okay.
And having said that, may I be excused to another meeting, please?
You may be excused.
So I'm holding for too many people today. There's lots of things happening at the same time.
No, thank you for actually joining the discussion. So I'm going to hand over the mic. Please raise your hand. While we do that, anybody who's got, okay, yes. So before I get you to ask a question, I just want to get your thoughts here on this, Ipili. Is there industry consensus, or what are catalytic projects? Do you think that the discussions we're having here are the discussions that are being had in other regions?
We do have quite a few catalytic projects. So Kucha, ammonia, we're just having a discussion, myself and Marco were on another panel earlier on, where the lady articulated what Kucha is up to with regards to ammonia. And then, of course, you've got Priska. You've got us on the mobility side. You might be aware also of what Sasol is up to, right, with the Bohobai. And there's quite a bit also happening in Secunda. So we do have key projects, catalytic projects that are happening.
But there's consensus on the direction, just given the fact that, as you hear, there's some... In fact, what Silas was saying, that there's a leadership on some of these projects right now, which may change. So come next year, will there be continuity on the strategy, do you think?
There is consensus. As I said, our commercialization strategy has been gazetted. So there's clarity. I think for me, to talk consensus, you are now saying Is there a plan? There is a plan. Is there a strategy? There's a strategy. Are there time frames? I mean, if you look at what the IGC is doing, you look at what we're doing with the Netherlands, where funding is now coming into the country to be able to deploy that. I don't think anyone would want to deploy their capital in a very messy environment. So I think those are the indicators.
There are certain
so there's
things
definitely
that
are strategies, yeah.
There's a lady at the back. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so my question is really around water. There is a shared water resource, which is the Stamford Aquifer, which is a shared water resource between South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana. It is also a UNESCO site and therefore protected. And I just want to understand, in terms of all of your agreements, etc., have you actually quantified the water that would be utilized? Have you done any kind of strategic environmental assessment to understand the actual current water usage that is supporting livelihoods as well as biodiversity? And you cannot exclude Botswana from that agreement in terms of water usage because they are part of that collaborative. And also, it is the only water supply to the Northern Cape. So
I'm sorry, did you mention whom you'd like to answer your question?
Well, to the
Okay,
panel,
all right.
whoever is prepared to answer.
Thank you. So there's a gentleman here who'd like to also pose a question. That'll be the last question we'll take, so that I'll give the panelists an opportunity to also give closing remarks.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Gerson Nassau from Namibia, Kauko Green Energy Solution. And mine is, it's a question and a comment, acknowledging our Hydrogen Commissioner, Mr. James. Good morning, Mr. Marco, and then the other panelists. We're hearing about financing some projects within the hydrogen. So the question that I would like to raise is that, are the finances looking also into assisting the value chain of the hydrogen between the two countries, since we share because our governments have signed recently 100 bilateral agreements. So perhaps are the financiers looking into also into assisting the value chain within the hydrogen within Namibia as well. And also, maybe also in conclusion, I would like also to maybe after the session also invite those that would like to see, because as Kauko Green Energy, we have our demo, which is the first hydrogen cooker that we have as a demo to display at the booth outside. And I would like to invite those that would like to come see as well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right, so James, if I could just get you to respond to that, but also include in it your closing statements. You have 2 minutes, unfortunately.
Amazing. So thanks very much for having me. I think with regards to the question on water usage, I'd love Marco to touch on that. And certainly what I can say is government has committed to doing a strategic environmental impact assessment for the whole Tsakaheb National Park. On all of the different activities that we're considering to house there, whether it's new mines that are considering to be housed there, the common user infrastructure, different hydrogen projects. I know that for now, our primary source of water for these activities is desalinated water. I know they're looking to develop an 18 million cubic meter capacity desalination plant, which will be modular and could actually add new modules to increase the capacity of water, but I'll let Marco touch on that as well. With regards to Kauko Energy and their overall question with regards to financing, we are looking to avail financing, and in fact we already have, to develop various parts of the green hydrogen ecosystem, whether it is funding that we were able to mobilize with the German government to help a company called High Iron develop sponge iron or direct reduced iron in the Irongo region using hydrogen to reduce iron ore, or whether it is indeed the work we're doing with the World Bank to provide funding for the pre-feasibility study of a possible hydrogen backbone between Namibia and South Africa. And so where we are able to work with good development partners, we are having good conversations with the Belgians, for example, on trying to look at green corridors. We are trying to see how that infrastructure can benefit Namibia, the region in terms of Southern Africa, but of course our development partners in Europe as well. My closing comment would be the following. I think, and this is sort of in response to the question about greenwashing, it's useful to appreciate that green hydrogen is looking to be produced to reduce or to reduce the emissions in hard to abate sectors. So there is a need for a conversation between those that are emitting and those that are going to be producing the fuel to reduce the emissions. That conversation doesn't just have to stop at you will produce and I will buy. The buyers, the consumers, may very well actually also want to be part of the the producing infrastructure. Good practical examples. Shell is building a 200 megawatt electrolyzer in the Maasvlakte in Netherlands. Shell is an emitter, but at the same time they're producing the solutions. Total Energies in October just put out a tender for 500,000 tons of green hydrogen to reduce the emissions of its European refineries. So Shell is producing oil, but at the same time, Shell is trying to get cleaner molecules to clean up its operations. So one has to realize that there is a natural conversation between a producer of clean resources, and a potential consumer, Sasol. And when the two talk, we should not say that that's greenwashing. That is the energy transition in play. And I'd love to encourage everyone to support that conversation, because without it, there is no market, the projects won't get to financial close. Yeah?
All right, thanks, James.
Thank
Marco?
Just to respond to the question around water, so the Lüderitz area where the project is located is a water-stressed area. It uses about, I think the municipality uses around 3,000 cubic meters of water a day, and we're not proposing to impose upon that fragile ecosystem. So the project will utilize desalination water, and part of the project is actually to provide community water so that we can provide excess water to the town, so that when the town grows with more people, again, it's not pulling from that natural resource, that aquifer where they're pulling from, but effectively utilizing desalinated water. Your larger questions around Botswana, etc., that's outside of our scope, and our project doesn't impact on it. And I think that's the sort of question that we get picked up in the the strategic environmental assessment. And then in terms of the question around infrastructure, our responsibility as Hyphen is to ensure that the design of the infrastructure for our project is in accordance with the master plan of government and regional integration. That's what we're focusing on, to make sure that we don't foreclose on opportunities for regional integration and future scale-up of either or both countries' green hydrogen aspirations. I think in terms of closing remarks, I think one of the big key points, there's three key buckets that I always say the project falls into. You've got engineering, that's where you get all the propeller heads together and you focus on designing the project at a technical level. That's relatively easy. You then got financial engineering, which are the things we spoke about a little bit earlier, the offtake support mechanisms, the producing nations in terms of who's going to be supplying equipment into these projects, because they aren't currently manufactured on the African continent, and the financing arrangements that are going to be put in place between producing nations and receiving nations, and ensuring that there's fair and equitable compensation for the supply of molecules. You never want to be in a position where, as Namibia, you're exporting green energy, which is a premium product, into Europe, and you're stuck selling in some fixed price contract, and the price of green energy now goes above that fixed price, and effectively you have the global south. And this is not just for Namibia, but all countries, the global south financially subsidizing the global north's energy transition. That's not fair. That's the history of an extractive industry on Africa for the last 100 years. And then the last is social license to operate, where the socio-economic impacts in terms of job creation, corporate social investment, localization of industry, and environmental considerations, that all goes into that. And probably the most complicated aspect of the entire project is the social side. These have to be equitable. We cannot continue to replicate the model of the past, where there's not economic benefit shared with the host nation that has the natural resource that has been developed. And we think that's where we've taken enormous time together with government in negotiating the concession agreement for the project that outlays how are we going to do this in a new way, not the old ways, the old models that have been used. How do we do this in a new way? And I think there's a question around the government's equity contribution. I think having government as an equity participant in the project is essential. And the amazing thing for me is what Namibia has done is they take no risk on the project until the final investment decision is made. So they have basically been given grant money for free from donor nations that they've approached to fund their share of the equity up to final investment decision on behalf of the people. And then they will make a decision of whether they want to own 100% of that, would they like to follow their rights or not, sell some of that down. And I think that creates real value for Namibia.
All right, thanks, Marco. And do you, Ipling, your closing statements?
Thank you, Tsepiso. I think it's about the ecosystem. What is important is that in our conversations, we must always remember that it's about the ecosystem and the value chain. Because if we have these conversations in silos, forgetting that there are other aspects of the ecosystem that matters, we do lose the point. But I think what is encouraging, like our panel earlier on, is where you have the port, you have an SCZ, you have the funders in the room, you have industrialists, you have innovators. So I think what we've got to encourage more and more, it is that holistic conversation that needs to take place. And I think what the other key thing for me is skills development. We've got to be a bit intentional, because what I find is that it's like a by the way, where we do all these things and then we've got all these big projects and we don't necessarily immerse the academics and the R&D guys at the center of what we do. So skills development is quite important. And I think what we must also remember is that it's a long journey. What I find, and I think one of the gentlemen actually mentioned that earlier on, we have to be prepared to put in a lot of skin in the game. What I find is walk around in some of these conferences and you see people who think this thing is a quick fix. It's not. You really have got to work around the clock, right? And people have got to be prepared to roll up their sleeves. And I think what is required, the attributes and the qualities that are required from industrialists, including public officials, is to also be open-minded, to be able to collaborate and work well with people. And I find people shy away from doing that because it doesn't pay you the money, it doesn't pay the bills. So you actually need a combination of two. So whilst we are being capitalistic, let us also remember that we've got to serve. So as you look at some of us, we're wearing so many hats. You're an industrialist, and just a month ago, President appointed me to be the chairperson of Brand SA. Could I say no? I can't say no, because it's time that I serve my country. So we need people who think a bit differently now. So the qualities that you require from up-and-coming leaders is very different, because the era that we are in, actually, it does require us to really rise and to show up and be visible, and most importantly, to remain humble, because it's quite a tough time.
I think that's a brilliant note to end it on. Thank you so much for saying that. Ipling Selele, RSS Green Mobility, Marco Raffanetti, Hyphen Africa, James Mnupe, who's Commissioner in the Office of the President of Namibia. I think my panel here deserves a warm round of applause for their time and their insights. And of course, thanks to you, the audience, for joining us this morning, afternoon. Okay, so 7 minutes past 12, you can say afternoon. You can take a comfort break, coffee break, exhibitions are open. Thank you very much.
It sifts away. And all your money won't another minute by. Dust in the wind. All they are is dust in the wind. Dust in the wind. All they are is dust in the
Well, now, the vibration. Hey.
summertime, and the living is easy.
Real hot.
Fish are jumping,
Jump.
and the cotton is high.
Real high.
Oh, your daddy's rich, and your mama good looking.
Feel like a 10 come again.
So hush, little baby, don't cry.
Not shed, not tear. I'm here.
One of these mornings,
Rise up, rise.
you're gonna rise up singing,
Let me know the note.
and just spread your wings as you take to the sky.
Rising to the sky so high.
But till that morning, there'll be nothing to harm you.
Can't harm you, no. Summertime taking it slow.
With mama and papa standing by.
Keep me company.
Summertime, and the living is easy. Fish are jumping, and the cotton is high. Oh, your daddy's rich, and your mama good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry, don't you cry.
Well, I know that since I was a little youth, she always told the truth. Who rockin' in a booth? Yo, found her in a cage, put a key in a lock. Open up and watch her fly high with the flock. Summertime is hot, real hot in the city. Gotta be smart, real thought. Are you with me? Living in the Babylon, originally interesting. Now we need protection. Gotta place your rest. Hear the youth, the earliest to rise.
There'll be nothing to harm you.
The family ties, you know my size. Just look into my eyes.
With mama and papa standing by.
They be looking out for me, keep me company.
This is our headquarters for the region, Dubai.
Don't you cry. Don't you cry.
Say what you want, don't play.
Een draakvliegtoestand organiseren.
What you need, don't leave me with no direction. All alone, I sit on by the phone, waiting for you, baby. Through the years, how can you stand to hear my pleading for you, dear? You know I'm crying. Ooh. say that I'm not the one who really loves you. I pray, pray, pray every day that you'll see things, boy, like I do. What can I do to get through to you? 'Cause I love you, baby. Standing here, baptized in all my tears, baby, through the years, you know I'm crying. Ooh. Say, say, say. Say, say, say. Say, say, say.
Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. In all the bad times I fear myself.
Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to feel that, boy? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times I fear myself. I'm on the deep end, watch as I dive in. I never meet the ground. Crash through the surface when they can hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, we're far from the shallow now. I'm on the deep end, watch as I dive in. I never meet the ground. Crash through the surface when they can hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, we're far from the shallow now. I'm only happy when it rains. I'm only happy when it's complicated. And though I know you can appreciate it, I'm only happy when it rains. You know I love it when the news is bad. Why it feels so good to feel so sad. I'm only happy when it rains. Pour
Hi. Please note that the Belgian country session will begin in 5 minutes. Thanks.
Old man turned 98. He win a lottery and died next day. It's a black fly in Chardonnay. It's a death road party, 2 minutes late, and it's erratic. Do you think? It's like rain on a wedding day. It's a free ride when you're already paid. It's a good advice that you just can't take. And who would have thought it figured? Play safe, was afraid to fly. Pack his suitcase and kiss his kids goodbye. He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And as the plane crashed down, he thought, well, isn't this nice?
And you, they ran out of mics. Now the logistics of turning the page.
It's like rain on a wedding day. It's a free ride when you're already paid. It's a good advice
First, and then we'll get going.
that you just can't take. And who would have thought it figured? Life is upon the way of sneaking upon the way. Everything's okay and everything is going right. Life is upon the way of helping you out.
Welcome to Belgium, the European gateway for renewable hydrogen. Located right in the heart of Western Europe, our nation has a unique logistic advantage to make us the bustling crossroads of hydrogen transport. With a relevant industrial network, exceptional expertise, and with an extended infrastructure already in place. Invest now and join Belgium toward a net zero future.
Good afternoon, delegates, and welcome to the Belgium country session. My name is Nobuhle Ncube, and I'm from Bright Wolves. I'm a special guest on this panel because I'm not a Belgian, but my company is headquartered in Brussels. So I'm really honored to be here to represent Team Belgium. So as an opener, I'd like to invite each panelist to introduce themselves. In 30 seconds or less, please tell us who you are and what you do.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Matthias Bogart. I'm the Consul General of Belgium, based here in Cape Town.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Juan Aguirre. I'm the Regional Manager for 3E, and we are technical consultants managing renewable energy projects based in Cape Town and working covering all sub-Saharan region.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stefan Gobert. I'm from ENGIE. ENGIE is an international utility, very well present in South Africa, and I'm responsible for the business development of hydrogen projects in a region called AMIA, Africa, Middle East, and Asia, based out of headquarters for the region in Dubai.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Geert Heitens. I'm working for the company Dennis as a business development manager for Africa. Dennis is a Belgian contractor, and amongst our other activities, we are installing pipelines and specifically pipelines for the transport of hydrogen.
Hello, everybody. My name is André Olaas from Belgium. I represent Solid. It's a successful new startup going to a next level of investment this month. And I present this company, Solid, from the University of Louvain.
My name is Davine Janssen. I'm representing the Belgian Hydrogen Council, so representing about 200 industries here, and happy to have some of them with me on this delegation to South Africa.
Thank you all. So we're going to kick off at a bit of a national view, and I'm going to ask Matthias to tell us a little bit about what Belgium's green hydrogen strategy is, because yesterday you really explained to us, along with the rest of Team Europe, what Europe's strategy is. So what is Belgium's green hydrogen strategy?
Well, thank you very much, Nabushle, and happy to do so. And yes, we do have a Belgian strategy. It's been updated just recently in October last year. As you said, it fits nicely into the European Union strategy we outlined yesterday. But we do also have regional strategies. So the region of Flanders, they outlined their vision, formulated their vision already back in 2020. And yesterday, in fact, when I was speaking in Team Europe, also the region of Wallonia was launching their strategy on green hydrogen. Now, what does the strategy consist of? The Belgian strategy, we have 4 pillars. The first one, to no surprise, is we want to further develop Belgium as the central gateway of imports of green hydrogen into Europe. It is a natural position for us. We already are a central gateway for natural gas into Europe. 15% of gas imported by Europe goes through our ports to the European market. And that same infrastructure can also be used for the hydrogen economy. We have 3 sources largely for that green hydrogen. One will come from offshore wind projects in the North Sea. There we aim to develop together with our partners around the North Sea up to 65 gigawatts by 2030. That will be never enough for our needs, though. So we'll also import through pipelines from the south into southern Europe into Belgium. But these pipelines will take a bit of time to build, unfortunately. So third option is the sea route will be the most evident one to start up with. Hence the relevance here for being in this format. We're looking for partner. Hopefully, we'll also and we will import also from South Africa and Namibia, of course. In all, we aim to import between 500,000 to 1 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030. That brings me to the second pillar. The second pillar is technology. I'm proud to say Belgium is a technology leader. We have some of the technology leaders, industrial technology leaders in our country. There's big electrolyzer companies, of course. John Cockerill is a world leader for alkaline electrolyzers. We have also PEM electrolyzer manufacturer Cummins in Belgium. But also industry leaders for membranes and other components and materials for fuel cells and electrolyzers, etc. We have test facilities to test upscaling technologies. We have 6 hydrogen pumps already to test transport projects. And we have world-class research centers such as Vito, Catalyste, and IMEC. So it's, or ambition to develop Belgium further as a technology leader. Third pillar is markets. Of no surprise, everybody is looking for markets. Belgium uses now a lot of grey hydrogen. The chemical cluster around Antwerp is the second biggest of the world, is using a lot of it. But also the North Sea cluster that we share with the Netherlands is using a lot of grey hydrogen. And that grey hydrogen will need to be cleaned, go to green hydrogen, according to a new European Union directive, up to 42.5% of the mix by 2030. So it's a guaranteed offtake that is happening there. But there are also a lot of new projects. One project I always like to mention, because it's a big one and a quick one, it's the ArcelorMittal green steel project in Ghent that will need 100 to 150,000 tons of green hydrogen by 2028. But it's not just the Belgian market. Through Belgium, we'd like to transit green hydrogen to the broader European Union market. We're luckily a hub centrally in Europe, and we do already have a dedicated green hydrogen pipeline network linking us from northern France to the Netherlands, and we'll put another 400 million euros on the table to expand that network and to link it up with Germany by 2028. So that's markets, and fourth pillar and last pillar is, of course, looking as together with the European Union partners, looking for sustainable partnerships. Internationalization comes natural to us as Belgium. Only in this panel, there are not just Belgians, but also Zimbabweans and Spanish and Dutch fellows. So it comes very natural to us, and happy to partner up with South Africa and Namibia. We have dedicated MOUs for green hydrogen as we speak today with Oman, because there's a big Belgian project there, or a consortium of Belgium and local partners developing green hydrogen in Doko. We also have an MAU, I'm proud to say, with Namibia over here in the region for a very nice project. I'm happy to tell you more about that later on. But key, I must say, to our internationalization is the Belgian Hydrogen Council as well.
I'm glad you ended off with that, because as someone who's not a green hydrogen expert, I have to say, Davine, I'd love to know, what is the Belgian Hydrogen Council, and how does it feed into the strategy that was just described?
So to understand what the Belgian Hydrogen Council is, I would like you to allow me to explain a little bit about Belgium for maybe people who are less familiar. So Belgium is, like Matthias already pointed out, also divided into regions. So you have two major regions. The biggest ones are the Dutch-speaking region in the north and the French-speaking in the south. And these have all already developed hydrogen ambitions, so they're regional hydrogen strategies, there's a federal hydrogen strategy, and we also had industrial clusters in both of these regions. Industry clusters, hydrogen industry clusters for the Dutch-speaking part, for the French-speaking part. And last year we decided to team up and to say it's much better if we align on the industry level, and that way we can speak with one voice to our policymakers to make sure that there's consistent policy between European, federal and regional policy making. We advise on the rollout of the hydrogen strategies that exist with the knowledge of the industry that is backing us. And we are also here to show with one flag what Belgium has to offer. Because there are a lot of technology providers, a lot of expertise that Belgium has, and we are here to promote and profile Belgium, to be able to make sure that people can find us and that we can create partnerships.
Thanks for that. And the wonderful thing about being independent is I get to ask some hard questions. So we've heard a lot over the last day and a half about green hydrogen, hydrogen in general, and how the value chain itself still has quite a few gaps. So as the Green Hydrogen Council, with a bird's eye view, essentially, what do you think Belgium can offer in terms of bridging the gaps that we have been told over and over in the last day and a half exist, particularly in the technology and innovation space, and also the difference between everybody's ambitions versus what's being realized?
Yeah, that's a big question, I guess. I think some of the big ones were already mentioned, like John Cockerill comments, the electrolyzer manufacturers, but also inside electrolyzers and inside fuel cells, there are a lot of components that are Belgian-made. So for instance, the membranes by Agfa that are alkaline membranes that allow for higher efficiencies, they've just announced scaling up of their facilities. They've actually received funding for that to be ready to produce 20 gigawatts, if I'm not mistaken, 20 gigawatts by 2025 of like membranes for the electrolyzers. So they're ready to produce, to deliver these components. So I think that is very important because the ambitions are huge, and we also need to have the material and the components for that. There are many players. I will probably miss a few, but we have Borit for the bipolar plates. We have Bekaert for the porous membrane layers. We have Umicore Solvay for the catalysts. There are many more. Belgium is also strong on end use in mobility. So many of the buses that are being demonstrated around Europe were built in Belgium by Van Hol. Hydrogen refueling stations also, there are 6 operational today in Belgium, and we're quite a small country, so that's quite significant. Mainly also because of DATS24, part of the Colruyt Group, the family-owned company. So I think there are a lot of organizations that have decided that they want to move in this direction and that they are actually already building projects, being smaller or bigger projects, but the experience is already there. And yeah, being Dutch, I'm always a bit surprised by how modest the Belgians are in this, because they have a lot to offer. So maybe it's my role here to point it out and say there really are a few very important components. And if I just may add one, also combustion engines. We're very strong on those. It's also part of a collaboration with CMB. So CMB has the CMB Tech department with ABC Engines. They created a dual fuel combustion engine that can really be used to open up markets, to break open these markets, because if the infrastructure is available, you can fuel hydrogen. If it's not, you still have the option for these also. These kind of, all kind of technologies, really.
Thank you. That was quite a comprehensive answer. I want to talk now a bit about on-the-ground projects that are already happening. So we have a view as a country in terms of policy and strategy. We've heard from the Belgian Hydrogen Council, but we have 4 people here who are actually in industry and involved in projects to some extent. So if it's all right, I'll start with you, Stefan.
Sure.
What kind of projects are being realized on the ground currently?
So today in Belgium, of course, as ENGIE is a French and Belgian utility operating the national power production in the country, we see that it's a key region for us to achieve our targets of carbon neutrality by 2045. So we are heavily involved in the country, as involved as in France. And we already have been working on the hydrogen project for the last 7 or 8 years. We have around the globe 200 people specialized by now in hydrogen in any form, from project development, operation, maintenance, construction, all of that. We are developer and owner and operator of power plants, renewable assets, as well as now in the future, from today, hydrogen as well. ENGIE has large ambition, which is to operate by 2030 4 gigawatts of capacity across the globe, but also to have, by history, you know, we're operating the gas network in France, also to have some capacity of around 700 kilometers of ready pipeline for hydrogen by 2030, some storage up to 1 terawatt hour, and also refueling station, about 100 refueling station that would accommodate hydrogen by 2030. We have around 30 operational now. This is a pure focus on the European market. And we started to work, of course, in the Belgian market on several opportunities, so from small scale up to very large scale in the different regions of the country. So today we have a project that we hope to reach FID by 2024 in Wallonia, which is 100 megawatt electrolyzer capacity, hopefully COD in the coming years, where we are actually going to produce e-methane from hydrogen on one end and from captured CO2 from Carmeuse, which is a limestone company in the southern side of the country. So that's a very significant project. Of course, the energy crisis that the country has faced did not help the case of hydrogen, because the cost of electricity renewable is it's quite high. So we're working on those issues at the moment. And in the northern side of the country, we are also working on a different fuel, which is methanol. It's a 66 megawatt electrolyzer capacity in Ghent, where we hope to also produce e-methanol, so with the biogenic CO2 that would be captured underground. And also larger scale in Ghent with Equinor, it's a target of low carbon, in this case hydrogen, which is blue hydrogen, but at a scale of 1 gigawatt COD by 2030. So these are three examples of projects that are still in development phase, of course, but very close to reaching FID, provided, as we just discussed before with some of the fellows here, we are still lacking signing of offtake. Those projects, need the big piece of the puzzle, while us as developer, lenders, institutions are ready. We still need to distribute and use the product, which is sometimes, depending on the region, on the country, and that's where South Africa makes a big difference, where the cost of production should be much better than in Belgium, where we have very limited renewable, and access to renewable can make the difference. So we also part of the Import Coalition, which is a groupment of large industries that put force together a few years back to see how we can tackle the import of hydrogen within the country. And it actually moved quickly on how can we import through Belgium to some other countries, European countries, the Netherlands, Germany. Very important. So we started to have import MOUs and relationship with Chile, Namibia, Oman, because we realized that the local production, despite those projects that I just mentioned, will only cover a very small portion of the local usage. Antwerp is, I think, the biggest chemical hub in Europe, probably the second largest hub in the world. So we have a very big demand in the country. So we are positioning ourselves, of course, to decarbonize somehow our footprint, and second, to supply the local demand, of course, but also to supply and play a role as an importer in Europe.
Brilliant, thank you. I want to ask Geert about what's happening on the ground on your end in terms of projects being realized.
Okay. When I was asked to be here on this panel, I was thinking, what can I, as a small contractor, say about hydrogen projects? But then I realized that the pipeline and the network is always very important to get the hydrogen from the production towards the end customers. And so we as a contractor, we have built almost the entire existing hydrogen network of Air Liquide in Belgium, also the nitrogen and the oxygen network. Well, I have to say that this is an existing network where Air Liquide is supplying its hydrogen to its industrial customers, also in Antwerp and other industrial areas. But this is still a grey hydrogen. and they are going now to blue hydrogen because they are going to inject or they are going to do carbon capture and inject it in the pipelines that will evacuate the CO2 into existing or abandoned gas wells. In this respect, we are planning in Antwerp the Antwerp at Sea pipeline, and we are also starting to build the Portos pipeline in the Netherlands. This is done that's carbon capture. With respect to we need also another network to supply the hydrogen to its customers. And therefore, the European backbone, hydrogen backbone, has been developed, which is a collaboration of 33 companies. ENGIE is also in it, and which means that we are going to reconvert or repurpose part of our gas network to hydrogen, green hydrogen at preference. And in that framework, we are now installing a 44 kilometers, 40-inch pipeline, which will be used in the first years as a gas pipeline, and is built already to specs for hydrogen. So that when we are going to repurpose the network, this part of new pipeline that is built is directly ready for receiving the hydrogen. And after that, there will be a lot of work to repurpose the existing network. We in Belgium, we have a very extensive natural gas network. We are supplying Germany with most of the natural gas now after the war in Ukraine, where they closed the supply from Russia towards Germany. That's also the reason that we are building this 44 kilometers. It's a missing link in the double pipeline that goes from the west coast of Europe, so from our North Sea towards the German border. So we have that very extensive network which we can repurpose and reconvert in the future to a hydrogen network. And we are ready for doing it. That's also the reason why we were so keen to build that section now, so that we have also the technology, that we know the know-how to repurpose this kind of networks.
Thank you. I don't know about you, but you can always tell when an engineer is talking, right? There'll be a test at the end about the specs of that 44-kilometer pipeline. Juan, do you want to tell us a little bit from 3E's perspective?
So 3E, we're technical consultants. So we have a lot of experience upstream for all the green hydrogen developments that are currently ongoing in Africa. I have to say 3E has been present in South Africa for 14 years. And we have brought more than 1.5 gigawatt projects up to financial close, providing technical advisory services. We are at the moment at 3E, we've done several pre-feasibility studies all around Africa for green hydrogen development, which is mainly to focus on what is the right technology mix to have the lowest LCOE in order to produce a competitive green hydrogen. I think this, I mean, we don't need to tell anyone in the room the great capacity, wind and solar capacity within Africa. So, and in any case, I think I will talk to you later our experience on the first utility scale project in South Africa that is being used in order to produce green hydrogen. But I will extend a bit more later.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Daveen, I'm going to come back to you. I'm saving all my hard questions for you. So there's a lot of research and innovation, and I think Geert has touched on it a little bit, and actually so did Stefan, that's going to be required if we're going to bridge the technology gaps. And Matthias did mention that one of the pillars really is around technology. So my question to you is, do you consider Belgium to be a front runner in terms of research and innovation in green hydrogen? And Matthias, you're not allowed to hold this answer against her.
No, he already mentioned some of the important test centers, so I think I definitely think a front runner. I'm not sure if there's a comparative analysis of which is the front runner, but we have certain groups that are really on the front end of their work. So like Matthias also already said, our Consul General is the EMEC research on anion exchange membrane electrolysis, a new type of electrolysis based on nanostructured electrodes. So it's very, very innovative. We have lots of advanced material science groups working on the interaction also with steel pipes to make sure that they can transport hydrogen. And also on material science, on electrolyzers. We have, let me just see my notes, hydrogen carriers. We're very big on hydrogen carriers, derivatives, also on combustion engines, like I mentioned before. But maybe what's special, I guess, about the way in which this is structured in Belgium is that they're structured around a triple helix kind of approach where there's a close interaction between academics, policymakers, and industry. And I think that also shows from the expertise that these companies have that there really is a focus towards what is needed for societal challenges and what we are working towards, so that policy is already ready for that industry is already ready for that. And I'm not the moderator, but I would really like to give the word to Andre sitting next to me, because they are a great example of an academic research that has led to a technology that can actually help us in this hydrogen economy. So I think you're a great example of this, so maybe I'll just stop here.
The product is a great example.
Yes, I meant the product, of course, yes. I don't know how innovative you are.
I feel very small beneath these Goliaths on the market. I'm the David. I'm representing a David product. It's beautiful, it's unique. There's a lot of research done and best universities of Europe, Louvain. And beneath of that, there is a special professor who is ranked very high in chemistry all over the world, who put a lot of effort in this. And he created a very humble solar panel that can create directly out of sunlight and the air. We take out the water in the air, create abundant hydrogen everywhere on the planet for everyone. If I around here, and I'm already 50 years in renewables. I started in my career when I studied at the middle of the 70s, and then we did wind, solar, and all these things. It was big trouble, always. People laughed at us and said, what are you doing? And I'm happy now that we see the collapse to the other side. 15 years ago, I was active in hydrogen, but I stopped with it because it was the everlasting promising would never get to the market. And now we see, bang, it is there, and it will never go away anywhere on the world. And we have two triggers. The least one is the war, but the biggest one that you and your kids and your grandchildren will face till the end of their life is the beast of climate change. Everyone is underestimating this thing. We have 100 years fed this monster, and now it shows up, and it's luckily showing up now in the developed countries. It was the far or bad show from Europe and the northern countries, but now it comes to the North Pole. It never goes away, so you need a strong, payable energy system for the complete world, from rich people, the middle people, and the poor people. And that's the nice thing in this. We have a humble solar panel. It's thick like that, same dimensions as a normal panel. We take out the air, and the moisture in the air we store it in a sponge system beneath the solar panel, and in the day we split it in an electric chemical catalytic reaction. That's all I can tell you, the rest is big secret. And it pops out pure hydrogen, 99.999. Hey, my God, direct out two elements, sunlight and air. And that is everywhere on the planet. Of course, these people do nice work, but they don't have the product. We deliver it.
No, but if I mean, that response deserves a round of applause. Come on.
I'm not the product. I'm just representing, because these top guys were on the Hydrogen Congress in Brussels, which is even important as this one.
But if I may, yesterday I think it was the Minister of Electricity of South Africa at the opening ceremony saying that there were various pillars for South Africa, and one of them was democratization of energy. And I think this is democratization of energy. This is empowerment of local communities. And I think you're not the product, but we're very happy to have you here.
I can feel it in the contacts that I have. A lot of people, different countries. We have now met more than 5 countries, people who are, and they have shown big interest, and they come to Louvain, to Brussels. It's only 20 kilometers from the airport, so you can take a bike and you can visit us. And it's a really very nice thing. I can tell you more. This professor is working on a second thing. What do you need for a nice living on the planet? You need water at your demand. He's taking this process in the same way as he did for hydrogen. They will soon deliver the system that we can take out anywhere on the planet the humidity out of the sky and deliver it to crop production. Wouldn't that be nice for an arid region like this, Cape Town, Green Cape? Amazing. You can do it every place and it's payable.
Thanks, Andre.
Yeah.
My next prepared question was really about whether or not Belgium is a viable destination market for green hydrogen produced here, but I think it's been touched on actually quite extensively. So unless there are new comments to add, I'm going to skip past it because we did talk about the extent of the demand and the pipeline. So let's not repeat ourselves. But Matthias, I'd love to know, how active is Belgium in Southern Africa at the moment?
Thank you very much. Well, in fact, yeah, I'll try to take it bit by bit, but most importantly talk about the project that the Belgian company is doing in Namibia. I was there 2 weeks ago for a bricklaying ceremony. The project is called Clean Energy Namibia. It's a joint venture between CMB and ONL. They aim to produce now a 5 megawatt green hydrogen, sorry, with a 5 megawatt electrolyzer with a solar park. So they really do walk the walk. It's happening. They make it over there. It's one of the first greenfield projects on the continent, I think. And they aim also later to scale it up, the production, and produce a green ammonia for the vessels of CMB, which is a shipping company. So they are their own off-taker, which is a nice thing to have, or to be, a nice place to be. But the beauty of the project is a demonstration unit. The hydrogen produced is also going to use and demonstrate local applications in Namibia of green hydrogen use. They have a dual-use engine, green hydrogen that runs on hydrogen and diesel, and that will fuel a boat and the port, also a truck, tractor, and even possibly a train. So it's a nice demonstration project of how we of us companies, as nations, we grow together in the green hydrogen economy. But next to that, I'm sure you want to talk about the Green Hydrogen Valley and how you're involved. Belgian players are also here in South Africa, active in different fields. There's a green iron corridor between South Africa and Europe that is also where several Belgian players are active. So there is across-the-board potential, hopefully later also electrolyzers, of course, when the projects here develop.
In fact, what I may be easiest to do is, I'm sure in the audience you might have specific interests and specific partners. Could I maybe ask Luc and Catherine to stand up, or trade and investment commissioners from based in Pretoria? So if you're looking for specific players, so Luc first, yes? Please do, and there you go, Luc, and then from Flanders, representing Flanders, and Catherine, representing Wallonia. If you have specific questions for specific players, to direct also your questions to them, but also, of course, Davin for representing the whole ecosystem from the Belgian Hydrogen Council. There you go. Sorry, over to you.
Thank you. I want to move over to Juan. I want to give you a chance to speak specifically about the projects that are being realized in Southern Africa and South Africa right now, and what is also envisioned.
I mean, well, considering the amount of renewable energy that is currently under development, under operation, and under construction, I mean, the opportunities are enormous, not only in South Africa, but in all Southern Africa. As we speak, we're very proud in 3E. We were pioneer, bringing to financial close, and is currently under construction, a 69 megawatt wind farm, which is going to be, the off-taker that we were discussing, the difficulties of finding the right off-taker. It's Sasol that is procuring all the energy, and we were involved from the very early stage in structuring, from a technical perspective, the power purchase agreement, which is a bit different than we were used in South Africa with the RIP program. We're moving now to corporate PPAs. It's a different, a slightly different approach. But we see that, I mean, that wind farm, it's been 3 months under construction now, and it will reach COD on the next 18 months. And it's going to be 100% energy used for green hydrogen production of the Sasol facility. This wind farm is being built on the Eastern Cape, close to Bedford. And that's in South Africa. I mean, one of the projects that we're very much involved at the moment, not to mention that there is different off-takers willing to procure renewable energy for green hydrogen. We are involved in up to 1.2 gigawatts of projects that are under finance at the moment in South Africa. Not to mention, we've been involved in Namibia on the different developments, doing wind measurement campaigns, feasibility studies for some of these massive developments that are ongoing. And from 3E, also talking about, it's Belgium. 3E is 3 engineers from IMEC Technology Institute in Belgium, that they had a vision in Africa 14 years ago, that when we move in here. And we are doing, I mean, we're talking about the South African region, but we are doing studies in Mauritania, in Morocco, in Egypt. There is, I mean, the potential is enormous, and we have the knowledge and the capacity to support all the upstream necessities on wind and solar and storage that are currently ongoing in the region.
Great. I think I have the same question for you, Stefan, to say what projects in your kind of sector, what do you have either envisioned, or what interests do you currently have in the region, in Southern Africa specifically?
So ENGIE has been involved in Africa for a very long time, and has shown quite rapidly a strong interest in South Africa, where we now own and operate more than 1 gigawatts of power production, from conventional power in the Eastern Cape region up to renewables now, where we have been quite active and developed and invested in the country through conventional tender and auctions, but also through acquisition, where we acquired not so long ago CSP plant. Actually, tomorrow I'm visiting one of our wind farms in the Western Cape region, Aurora. So we've been quite involved in the country on the renewable front. Quite simple, abundant country, terms of wind and solar. So it ticked all the boxes, of course, and the interest has been there since then, and we continue to participate in those auctions and bringing power to the country. But then naturally it became obvious also that there would be an opportunity for green hydrogen following our investments in renewables. And in 2019 we started with a proof of concept with the Anglo-American for the platinum mine, where we have now an operating asset which has been commissioned, 3.5 megawatts of renewable hydrogen, which has been inaugurated last year in the presence of the president himself. And it's supposed to feed those big mining trucks that you see, those giant trucks that are consuming more than 160 liters of diesel per hour. So it's a crazy amount of CO2 that is generated. In that particular mine, they operate between 30 and 40 of these trucks. And of course, the country is very well known for its mining sector, so it became obvious that we could bring this solution to many other players. So that's one sector that is of interest to ENGIE, to continue help decarbonization of the mining sector, which is under pressure from an ESG point of view. We require more and more investments to decarbonize. It's not only from operation perspective, but also from the lenders. It becomes an obligation, for the mining industry to decarbonize. Another sector that happened to be obvious for us is the steel, because there's direct use of hydrogen. So either we produce hydrogen to export or to play a role as a mean of storage in the grid. But sometimes you can use it to decarbonize hard-to-abate industries. And in that game at the moment, what we see the most relevant is steel. So the usual ArcelorMittal and others we are in contact with to help them to produce locally hydrogen. And then, of course, South Africa is offering different opportunities in terms of export. As we mentioned, Import Coalition is playing a role, so we have a strong interest to support South Africa in developing the ambitions, and those projects that have been mentioned in the last day are of course of interest to ENGIE, and we are having talks about that.
Thank you. I want to stay on this for local context because I think we are interested in what's happening here. So, Geert, do you have a response to the same question?
Yes. Well, out of the former sessions and out of discussions that I had here already on this event, I'm very happy to hear that a lot of pipelines have to be built. And we as a contractor, we are working on the whole of the African continent, but unfortunately we were not able yet to build a lot of pipelines. And most of the projects that we built were water projects, water supply projects. So we did it in the neighboring countries, in Zambia, in Mozambique. So we are very happy to contribute to future pipeline projects, but maybe not only in the pipelines itself. Well, as I said, we are also a typical water supply contractor. So these projects mostly need already a lot of water. So I saw one of the projects where you have the water going up to the installation and hydrogen coming back to the port. So we are willing to be involved, and so we have the knowledge of executing these projects. And we have the knowledge of working in Africa, which is always a bit special. And we are, as a contractor, registered with the Construction Industry Development Board and the Grade 9, which means that we can take on the projects of the highest value here in South Africa.
Fantastic. I'm mindful of time, and I want to give the audience a chance to ask questions. So my last question is for you, Andre. In 2 minutes, you've essentially created a modular solar panel that creates hydrogen, and you can put it anywhere. you're going into production now. How do you envision it's going to work for or benefit this continent and Southern Africa specifically? But I'm going to give you a 2-minute limit because I want the audience to ask questions.
Oh, God, I'm going to run. No. The thing is, the production will start now. Next year is a new investment round. And 27, we will have a megawatt production. There is a lot of attention for us and interest, so we believe we can start up here some initial initiatives, small lighthouse projects, and I believe that it will run out smoothly. The thing that we presented, this small, beautiful thing, is misleading because we can take out the tubes that are beneath the solar panel and put it in a container. And we can feed it 24/7 with green electricity, and then we have green or golden hydrogen coming out all the day. That's the next step. For here, what is in it? I hope that we can do pre-assembling here. Up to 18% from this model can be realized here. It's good for labor. Black people are 37% now unemployment. It's an enormous problem, and if we can help in that way, I think that directors of Solid would agree with that, and that we make the precious pipeline in Belgium and that they assemble it here. So it's not only selling. It must be a win-win for all, and it is a win-win-win. Win for the people here, win for the company that we can reinvest, and win for the planet also. But that you know already, that's the whole story.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to try and summarize what has been a very full session. So if I understand correctly, so Belgium basically has infrastructure experience and existing infrastructure that we can leverage for green hydrogen. We also have skills and expertise and new research and technology that's taking place. We have the political will, right, and institutional support. And we also have location. It sounds like between
4 ports as well.
4 ports,
3 seaports.
being in the second largest chemical cluster, is that correct? Second largest chemical cluster in the world. There are a lot of advantages to the location of Belgium, and so despite being a small country, it sounds like there's a lot to offer. So at the risk of sounding too much like an ad for Belgium, I'd love to ask for the roaming mic now to come up. And please can we have some questions from the audience? And please can I ask that you either direct your question directly to a panel member or let us know if it's for anyone on the panel to jump up. So please just put your hand up if anyone would like to ask a question.
You were very clear.
So what was the specification of that pipeline?
That'll be the question at the end. How many kilometers of pipeline?
40 inch.
So I'm not going to respond to that one. Hi, Ilse van Skalkwijk from the Western Cape Government. So I had the pleasure of being in Belgium for 2 weeks in the summer, which was amazing. I will sound like the ad.
Good moment.
Thank you very much for the panel. Just with regards to the value, as we're starting off on this journey, not just as South Africa, but also in the Western Cape space, the value of having a industry sort of structure and having one voice. Because what we're finding is we are dealing with investors and firm level interactions consistently. And so the 2 things for me is in terms of the value of having either a cluster or a coalition or a council in your respect, as well as in terms of the other aspect that we're battling with currently is in terms of mapping out different policies and regulation that can actually aid and assist the sector in moving quite rapidly. Thank you.
Daveen, would you like to take that one?
Yeah, I'm guessing that would be me answering. So I think if I understand your question correctly, the value of teaming up on this is not only to say, oh, we have these 4 seaports and the infrastructure, the location, and the demand of Germany, the Netherlands, and France all being there, but also to speak with one voice, and there are many, many things that we need to still collaborate on before we start to think about even competing with our neighbors or globally. We need to have certification in place. We need to make sure that we have the capacities, the technologies ready at these scales for the projects that are being announced. They're huge, huge numbers. So the reason for the Belgian Hydrogen Council is to at least unite at the Belgian level. And I was very happy to see also a very similar initiative being signed yesterday between the Cape provinces and also the collaboration with Namibia. I think it's very important to do that with your neighbors. We are doing that also in Northwestern Europe, working together with our friends in the Netherlands and in Germany and France, but also across the globe. So I think it's a matter of being one voice for hydrogen, to be clear that there's a lot to be done still, and that we can help each other to realize this. Is that an answer to your question?
The first part, yes, thanks.
Thank you.
Do you mind repeating the second part? Because I'm mindful that we may not have answered that.
Sure, it was with regards to sort of policies or regulation that's needed that'll help business in terms of the space, because we're at that stage of what do we need to regulate and what do we need to just get out the way.
I'm not sure if Matthias wants to, or me, whatever you...
I'm not sure I have the capacity to reply to that question. It's a very rapidly evolving question, and matter also in our countries, of course. It's a newly arising industry opportunity in many ways. There are similarities, of course, to what's happening with the gas. But in any case, it's part of our strategy, and indeed to develop quickly for that regulations and needed regulation. We're working on a voluntary certification scheme with the European Union for gas, and also for producers to respect the specs, and etc. There's quality controls, because there's also risks involved, of course, with the different with hydrogen and its derivatives. But a lot exists already. But where there's holes, I think it's rapidly being plugged as we speak. But I don't know. I think Davin has a better knowledge, I think, of the system in Belgium.
I wouldn't say so, but I feel like the certification is a very important one. Also, to be able to, now that there are targets at the European level for the offtake in industry and also mobility, you need to be able to make sure that also the places that can produce these large amounts of hydrogen that could count towards these targets, because they're truly green with dedicated renewable energy production. That you can certify that is actually the case, and that you can count that towards that. The support mechanisms internationally, it's difficult to have that all aligned, even within countries. So never mind globally. So it's very good that we're having this conversation.
Fantastic. Are there any more questions from the audience? Please just put your hand up so we can get you the mic. We have one over here.
My question is for Andre. You added another color to the hydrogen spectrum. Excuse my ignorance, but what's golden hydrogen?
Super green.
You are aware of the green hydrogen, but it takes many steps to make it. And the golden name popped up by the simplicity from taking two natural available things everywhere on the planet and convert it directly to abundant hydrogen. That's why we call it golden. Next year maybe it's another color. I don't know.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. First time used golden hydrogen. You take two natural, renewable resources, and without going through too many chemical or physical steps or stages or conversions.
Without electrolysis, yeah.
Without electrolysis, essentially, or any other chemical reactions except what's happening between those elements. No, yeah. I'm not a scientist. I'm not gonna summarize it. Thank you, Andre. Your description was way more accurate than mine. Any last questions? We have time for just one more.
Maybe looking for that last one, before that last one, I'd like to quickly point out our representative of Jan de Nul, who is also part of our official delegation. Jan de Nul is one of our two big dredging companies, and also happy to help build any green hydrogen project over here, of course, including the jetties and maritime construction projects.
Could you understand that? There you go.
There you go.
Okay, well, that did actually use our last minute, so perfect.
Sorry, one last question.
No worries at all. There were no hands up, were there? Fantastic. We're right on time. I hope we get a prize at the end there. Yes, we want closing comment from
Closing
Andre.
comment. Thank you very much.
Golden comments.
I must say thank you to all the people here that we've met. There's such a positive energy. And I know why it is. This continent is blessed. If I come from Europe and I come here, I immediately feel better. Why? Not through the sunshine and the landscape and the beautiful people and the wine. Here is a very strong growing energy coming out of the planet. That's why you live in the origins of species. That is truly correct. And remember, the origin of the universe was hydrogen. After the Big Bang, what do you have? Abundant hydrogen. And what do you need to create a universe? Two things extra, very simple. Time and gravity. And then pops up helium, and then the next and the next. And at the end, a universe and our solar system, and by big mistake, an earthly system with habitants on it. And that's, but you are on the verge, a very beautiful space, and here will pop up very new technologies in the future. Happy to be here.
Thank you for that enthusiastic close. Thank you to our panel and thanks for attending. We're done here, folks. You're the life of the party, sir.
Well, you only need the light when you're burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow.
It's down to you, more or less. Anything that you say, all for you, all the way. All the joy that you bring makes my heart wanna sing. Really, forever this way. You and I stand with our heads held up high. Me and you, together whatever we do. You and I stand with our heads held up high. Me and you, together whatever we do. On the day
A very good afternoon. A very good afternoon. We are about to begin our session. Please may I ask that we make our way inside, and can most of the doors be closed so that we start exactly at 15:15.
Feel the fun when you came. Didn't you feel the same? Reaching out for your hand, hoping you understand. Now we know where we stand, and we're both certain that we'll live forever this way. You and
Sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things what you
Konnichiwa, good afternoon, Molweni, and welcome to this country session at the Green Hydrogen Summit 2023, both to those of us in the room and those joining us on our online stream. My name is Nzinga Kunda, and I'm very pleased to be your program director for this Japan country session. We're going to have two parts to the session. First, we're going to hear about public sector support by Japan under the theme Unlocking the Two Countries Collaboration from representatives from the public sector. And then we'll have a panel discussion with the Japanese private sector on what is possible for Japanese technologies in the context of South Africa. So the South African government says that exports to Japan increased from 61 billion rand in 2011 to 150 billion rand in 2021. And Japan is currently South Africa's fourth largest market for exports after China, the US, and Germany. A Japan-South Africa Business Forum was launched last year to strengthen the collaboration of these two countries. It's in this context that we're holding this discussion to see how to further unlock collaboration between the two countries. In order to give us context and really set the tone for the discussion, please may I ask His Excellency Shigeru Ushio, the Japanese ambassador to South Africa, to make his way to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ushio, the Japanese ambassador to South Africa. Today, on this occasion, I would like Japanese public institutions and private companies to engage in detailed discussion about how we can cooperate on hydrogen and ammonia. First of all, let me touch upon the conclusion. I believe that the cooperation between Japan and South Africa is particularly significant in three aspects. One is Asia market, number two, carbon neutrality of Africa, third, number three, international value chain. And I think the third one is most important for engaging the Japanese private enterprise. And number one, if the Asian market grows, led by Japan, the demand for South Africa hydrogen and ammonia will also grow. Second, we can use Japanese technology to utilize hydrogen and ammonia in Africa and contribute to the carbonization in the African continent. Number three, we can and will work together to create an international supply chain and value chain, for example, through creating standards. Through this country session, I will be happy if everyone could understand what Japan does in this field. Thus, I will begin by providing an overview of Japanese government policy regarding hydrogen and ammonia. This is, for example, the energy strategy of Japan, 2019 and 2013. To put it simply, Japan is active on hydrogen and ammonia. One example of Japan's emphasis is their utilization as energy sources. Japan has set a goal to have hydrogen and ammonia contribute to approximately 1% of its power generation by the year 2013. Why hydrogen and ammonia for Japan? Japan is an island country, and its energy supply is vulnerable. In the short term, we can't completely abandon fossil fuels. Prematurely transitioning away from fossil fuel would be counterproductive. perhaps like the South Africa. In this context, we believe that hydrogen and ammonia, which can be used as a highly efficient energy sources, hold the key to solving these challenges. By realizing hydrogen and ammonia-based society, we aim to achieve carbon neutrality, energy security, and economic growth simultaneously. Here is an overview of the evolution of Japan's policies. In 2017, Japan formulated the world's first hydrogen basic strategy. In 2021, Japan established the 2 trillion yen Green Innovative Fund to support hydrogen and ammonia-related technologies. This year, in 2023, Japan enacted the GX Promotion Act and decided to issue 20 trillion yen of GX economy transition bonds to achieve a total of 150 trillion yen in public-private investment. Additionally, this year, Japan revised its hydrogen strategy. With this strategy, Japan aims to reach 12 million tons by 2040 of supply and demand volume domestically. Now, let's come back to how Africa and Japan can cooperate. Japan has several technological advantages in the field of hydrogen and ammonia, like the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Also, Japan's advantage in the field of the maritime transport is notable, like a liquid hydrogen carrier, etc. In addition, the Japanese government has initiative to provide the support for such technologies. For instance, the Joint Crediting Mechanism, JCM, which offers financial assistance to partner countries for their efforts in reducing greenhouse gas emissions using Japanese technology. It is a promising avenue for our cooperation. So we are now engaged in the negotiation about the GCM with the relevant South African government. And it's appropriate to announce that the Memorandum of Cooperation on Hydrogen was signed between the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation South Africa and Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry during their visit to Japan last month. This MOC lays a solid foundation for future collaboration. Building on this MOC, we can further promote our partnership. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving us insight into Japan's energy strategy, the policy around that, and more importantly, how Japan sees hydrogen and ammonia in the energy mix. Please may I now ask Tatsunori Matsubara from the Japan Bank for International Cooperation to make their way to the stage to give the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tatsunori Matsubara from Japan Bank for International Cooperation. We call ourselves JBIC or JBIC. And so I'll start with who we are. We are, as shown on the right, top right, wholly owned by the Japanese government. So we act as a, well, and we are established in accordance with JBIC Act, which stipulates also our missions to achieve. And we do not provide grant or concession loans. What we provide is financing on a commercial basis. And because we are given missions by the Parliament, we will provide finance. We provide financing in accordance with those missions. So if we provide commercial loans, what is the advantage of our institutions? Firstly, our financing is usually more competitive with longer term and a larger volume. And we always work with commercial banks. So one of our roles is to mobilize commercial banks financing. So we are supposed to supplement the functions of private sector financial institutions. So what are the missions given by parliaments? We have 4 missions. The first one is securing natural resources to Japan. Because Japan does not have a lot of natural resources, securing it is critical to our lives and industry. And the second one is to support Japanese industries. So when Japanese companies export or make an investment in a third country, that's where we provide financing. And third one is more global or indirect to Japan. So preserving global environment is also one of our missions. And these 3 are relevant to hydrogen and ammonia. The last one is triggered in case of a financial crisis. So it's addressing the disorder of financial market. So looking at these 3, so how we can select eligible projects are shown on this page. So we could provide financing when there is an export of goods or services. So this is what the export credit agencies in Europe, in America, or other countries do. So we are also an ECA of Japan. But our role is not limited to promoting export. We provide loans for investment, to support investment by Japanese corporates. And we also have a function of providing equity. So when there is an investment by Japanese companies, we can also consider equity investment. And when there is an import of important resources to Japan, that's also where we can provide financing. So historically, we have provided a lot of financing for LNG development projects or copper mining development projects. So that is one of our most important roles to play. When there is no direct link with Japan in the project, we still could consider financing if we can see some indirect benefit, which we call untied loans. But because the benefit is indirect, the eligibility for financing is reviewed on project-by-project basis, and the borrower is limited to governments, government institutions, or financial institutions. So I will elaborate it in the later slides. And as I mentioned, we provide loans with commercial banks usually, and the amount of loan we can provide is usually or typically up to 60% of the whole debt portion. Of course, if commercial banks want to do more, then we will shrink. So for hydrogen and ammonia, maybe I'll go back 2 slides. As Ambassador explained, Japan needs hydrogen and ammonia as energy source or the feedstock for our industry. So securing hydrogen is the ultimate goal of Japan, so it's also the ultimate goal for JBIC. But under the current market conditions, or market status, well, just securing hydrogen only for Japan is not a realistic solution. So we believe developing the whole supply chain, value chain of hydrogen and ammonia is critical for the future of Japan. So that's also where JBIC is keen to work on. So the second pillar, supporting Japanese industry. So as long as there is a Japanese involvement in a project to be financed, we are happy to provide financing, even if there is no direct export to Japan. So on hydrogen, so in this region, Southern African region, people basically talk about green hydrogen, but globally, development of blue hydrogen is also under discussion. And we are happy to support both types of hydrogen. And when we think about import of hydrogen, we have to think about transportation. So we are also happy to support transportation, and utilization will be critical. So we are keen to work on every three pillars of hydrogen value chain. And as I mentioned, we have worked on a lot of, for example, LNG, gas-related transactions in the past. So, well, LNG and hydrogen are not, well, necessarily critical, the same. But, well, we believe our experiences in the past transactions could help in promoting the hydrogen financing. Next, some of the next slides show just an examples of our financing scheme. But this is just an example, so it's not limited to the slides shown. So this one is financing for upstream of green hydrogen. So it starts with renewable energy generation to hydrogen, ammonia production, and then off-takers. So when there is an involvement of Japanese companies in the green renewable energy section or hydrogen production section, then that's where we could provide financing. So sometimes the renewable generation and hydrogen production will be an integrated part. So that really depends on how the bankability issue will be analyzed by the sponsor. So we're happy, of course, to work under both structures. So this is downstream. So as I mentioned, we are happy to work on the middle stream, but this is an example for downstream. When there is a hydrogen-fueled power plant in South Africa, Namibia, or in other third countries, that's also where we work. We can provide financing as long as there is involvement of Japanese companies. And as you can see, we always work with commercial banks. And this slide shows a little different structure. So throughout the value chain of hydrogen, there will be some parts, there always are some parts where the government needs to play some roles. For example, when you think of the import and export of hydrogen, then port facilities may be built by the government or the government entities. And from our perspective, supporting port infrastructure does not necessarily help the Japanese companies' investment or the securement of hydrogen. But if there is any participation by the Japanese companies, especially in the utilization part, then our financing for that port facility could help the Japanese companies' overseas activities or the natural resource securement. So that's also where we could consider. And as I mentioned, this is called untied loans. Untied loans are provided for the government or government-related entities or through financial institutions. So in South Africa, for example, if that part is developed by a government or Transnet, then that's eligible for our financing. Or if the financing is provided by IDC, we can work with IDC as well. So what have we done on hydrogen? So we are really keen to work on hydrogen space, but at this moment we haven't done any infrastructure or large-scale development projects because of the market status, as well as our eligibility criteria, because we need Japanese company involvement. But so far, I think we have 3 track records, out of which 2 are shown here. The first one is our investment in Clean H2 Infra Fund, which is one of the few hydrogen-focused infrastructure fund, mainly comprised of French investors. But we made a commitment of 100 million euro in that fund, together with some of Japanese companies, and primarily to understand the hydrogen market, and primarily to have network, to build network with the related parties globally. So we don't make a fund investment usually, but this is an exceptional commitment. And the second one is a little older one. This is an equity investment in hydrogen station in California, because as you can see in the chart, some Japanese companies, Mitsui and Toyota and Honda, are very keen to develop the hydrogen car infrastructure in California. So we provided preferred equity in the FE Fuel, which is the hydrogen station operator. Currently, many Japanese companies are looking at opportunities in hydrogen space. So it could be production of hydrogen, it could be the investment in the hydrogen producer, existing hydrogen producer. So we are very actively working with them to seek for potential financing. So for Japanese participants in this session, we are happy to work directly with you. And for non-Japanese, if you have a Japanese partner, then that's where JV could be also be involved in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matsubara, for your insight into JVIC's mission and giving us examples of your financing stream and where you'd like to go and what the possibilities are. Please may I ask our next speaker, Manabu Sugioka, who's from the Japan International Cooperation Agency, to make their way to the stage to present for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Manabu Suyuka. I'm from Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA. So JICA is a Japanese governmental organization in charge of the implementation of the ODA project, Ocean Development Assistance Project, in the many sectors. So we are normally working with our partner government based on the agreement of the two governments between Japan and each partner government. We can conduct many projects in the many sectors, including the energy sectors. Of course, part of that is hydrogen. So now, let me explain our understanding of the current situation of the hydrogen economy globally. So now we understand still hydrogen economy is the early stages. So most important thing is to implement or to conduct more proof of the concept level of the project or catalytic pilot project by the private entities. But to implement or to promote this kind of the project, we understand that it's necessary to kind of incentive or the support from each government. So behind that, we understanding this situation, we need to collaborate with our partner government to support, to implement, to design this kind of the incentive. So together with other development partner like DFIs or Multilateral Development Bank, providing the technical cooperation as well as probably the near future possible resources. So this is our understanding of the current situations. So it's very important to involve the more government. That is our understanding. So now let me briefly introduce what we are starting in the context of the South Africa. As I explained, that South Africa is also at the still early stage of the hydrogen development of the hydrogen economy. So, but we have already studied some preliminary project since last years. So this is one example of our technical cooperation project together with Northern West universities. So this is a joint research project aiming to establish the new catalyst. This is not market catalyst, just a physical chemical catalyst for ammonia synthesis. So this is the goal of this project is to improve on to grow the cost competitiveness of the ammonia production in South Africa. So during taking the 5 years, this project developed the robust PEM for the variable renewable energy as well as the durable catalyst. This is the main purpose of this project, and we have already studied that since the last years. And the next one is possible collaboration with the DBSA. DBSA, together with IDC, they have already established the SA82 fund. We are not sure the detail of this fund, how they work to promote more the project, hydrogen project in South Africa. But we, JICA, have the long history of the collaboration with the DBSA. So from next year, we will dispatch the experts to promote more the hydrogen project with them, especially in the level of the proof of the concept and also some catalytic pilot project in South Africa. But not only the hydrogen project, but also like a kind of the important infrastructure, fundamental infrastructure for the hydrogen economy. We need to work with the DBSA to establish, secure more the provision of the renewable energy, as well as the improvement of the energy efficiency. But also that it's important to secure the water resources. That's why the water infrastructure development is a key point, we understand. That will be the next work to be done with the DBSA. And the third part is not exclusively for the South Africans, but South Africa is also included in this program. We, JICA, always annually providing the training opportunities, named the promotion of the hydrogen energy use, inviting the authority of each countries, and providing the opportunity to know the off-taker situations. As we heard during this summit, Japan is possible the off-taker of the hydrogen and ammonia. So inviting the authorities, potential exporter of the world, we can share the current situation, how the potential off-taker is thinking. Like power utilities in Japan, so what is the price level they are aiming, what is the cost requirement for the ammonia production, something like that. And also, there are some Japanese investors, like trading houses. Also, they are interested in the establishment of the investment in the value chain or supply chain of the hydrogen economies. So, also providing the kind of the meeting between the possible investors and also the potential exporter, including South Africa. And in addition to these kind of opportunity, this training program can provide a very important opportunity for the participant attendees, because they can know the current situation of the potential competitors. We understand South Africa is a very competitive potential exporter production of the hydrogen and ammonia. But in the world, like in South America, is also very competitive potential competitors. So during this program, we are inviting many of the participants from all over the world. That's why all participants can know the situation of the other potential competitors. This is kind of the exciting and interesting opportunity, and we conducted already, and we saw some interesting discussions, hard discussion between the participants. And now at this moment, now we are conducting the kind of the survey in this African continent to update the current situation of the hydrogen economy, how hydrogen economy is being developed, how is the current situation of each countries, including the South Africa's. So through this survey, we are updating and considering how JICA can contribute to more in the development of the hydrogen ecosystem as well as the hydrogen economies. Probably in next year, probably in South Africa here, we can report the achievement of this survey, and we hope we can announce the kind of the updated our strategy, and also the particular possible collaboration with South Africa in next year. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker from the public sector is Shintaro Matoba from the Japan External Trade Organization. And our colleagues in the private sector, please excuse us as we take about 4 minutes of your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shintaro Matoba, and I'm the head of JETRO Johannesburg office. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. Like JPIC and JICA, JETRO is also a government-related organization. Since the organization's name starts with the letter J for Japan, the three organizations are sometimes referred to as 3J. So we are brothers. The brothers work together to support Japanese companies with their overseas businesses. However, each brother's role is different. The role of JBIC and JICA have just been introduced, but what does JETRO do? What is JETRO good at? I will then explain what you are looking at. This slide presents that our role is to connect people, businesses, and countries. By connecting, we build business and create long-term win-win relations. We provide a place for the people, companies, regions, and countries that have never met before to meet. In other words, an opportunity to learn about each other's attractions in order to let the other person understand your attractiveness. It is important to know what the other person is looking for and what they are interested in. This because you can effectively show your charm in accordance with the person's interests. Unfortunately, JETRO cannot invest or provide funding for your project. However, we are actively providing the opportunities to connect South Africa and Japan. If you are looking for a partner, please talk to us first. Now, if you understand our role, my presentation is over, time is running. However, this is too abstract, so let me give you a concrete explanation very briefly. Regarding to today's theme of hydrogen, JETRO is conducting connection activities around the world. As Ambassador Ushio mentioned earlier, based on the Japanese government's policy, we are dispatching missions not only to Europe and the United States, but also North Africa, including Morocco and Egypt. So what is being done in South Africa? This slide outlines the activities carried out by us. First, created a research report on the South African hydrogen market in March 2022. We investigated government and private sector initiatives, compiled a report, and presented it to Japanese companies. This is to find out what South African stakeholders want. I believe that Japanese companies have many attractive features, but in order to convey those appeals, we must first understand what the other party is looking for. In July of this year, we launched a hydrogen network made up of Japanese companies and related parties. This is a gathering of people who want to convey their charm to the people of South Africa. Currently, 73 people are members. These members are the core people who connect with the people of South Africa. From time to time, we hold online seminars for these members to talk about what efforts are being made by the South African government, companies, etc., and what requests and expectations they have for Japanese companies. I think this is an opportunity for Japanese companies to not only read research reports, but also to listen directly to them and deepen their understanding. Next seminar will be end of this month, 31st of October. In addition to online, we are already looking at several offline workshops and seminars. At the end of September, when Minister Njidema visited Japan, we held a workshop with South African Embassy in Tokyo, which was attended by approximately 100 people. I have many things mentioned, but I would appreciate if you could learn more about our activities. Lastly, I would like to introduce to you to the meeting places that are planned for the future. We will be dispatching hydrogen delegation to South Africa in February next year. Japanese companies with various hydrogen-related technologies and Japanese companies engaged in related industries are expected to participate. With the support of South African government, we are planning stakeholders meeting, networking, and site visit. We will do our best to prepare so that you can have a good opportunity to meet each other. We hope that many people will participate in the February event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Matoba, and once again, thank you to all the public sector participants for giving us insight into how you work and the opportunities that are there. Up next is going to be a focus on the private sector, what's possible with Japanese technologies in the context of South Africa. That's going to be moderated by Mark Sherritt from the Mitsubishi UFJ Financial Group. That's where I leave it. Mark is going to take over with his panelists. Arigato, Nkosi. Thank you very much.
When you sit. His Excellency Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the private sector session. My name is Mark Sherritt. I represent MUFG Bank in South Africa. MUFG is Japan's largest financial institution and one of the top 5 largest financial institutions globally. We've had a long presence in South Africa with our office first opening back in 1962, where we have supported Japanese companies as well as South African companies in the region. I'm joined by an esteemed panel this afternoon, and to introduce, I have Matsuo-san from Itochu on my left, Okumura-san from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and Matsubura-san, who you heard from earlier on the public sector. We will start the session off with the 2 private sector companies just briefly introducing their companies, and then we'll go into a Q&A. Matsuo-san.
Good afternoon. My name is Toshihiro Matsuo. I work for Itochu Corporation. Let me quickly go through my presentation. I know that time is very limited, so let me go through about Itochu Corporation. So before going there, Itochu is not a technology company, even though this panel session theme is what can Japanese technology do for South Africa. But we are not a technology company, but we collaborate with technology and the engineering company to contribute to South African economy as well as economy all over the world. Itochu is a Japanese company who is one of the biggest conglomerate, and the top part is just a number, so you can take a look now. And we have 8 divisional company, starting from food company and textile company. For example, food company. We are buying and importing a lot of food ingredients from Africa, cacao, sesame, and coffee, for example. And the textile company doing the cotton business in in Africa. We make garments from those cotton and selling in all over the world, something like this. So each divisional company has own segment to work for, and each one is very specialized for each category. And then, let me go into the topics related with hydrogen and ammonia. We are the, let's say, conglomerate, integrated company. That's why we can tackle all the challenges in the ammonia and hydrogen industry, which should be created from now, from upstream to downstream. And then I want to introduce and explain how ITOCHU can work for this new challenge. So, for example, our chemical and energy department operate some chemical, or plantation in all over the world somewhere, but it emits a lot of CO2. And then machinery company can provide, advanced technology for carbon capture together with engineering company like MHI. He's gonna touch about that kind of technology. And then we bring those products to the place where it's necessary to be consumed if you have demand. But in order to utilize that kind of energy, hydrogen and ammonia, we don't have established enough technology, reasonable technology to use that. That's why ITOCHU is happy to invest into that technology to develop, and then we bring that energy to that, for example, for something like this. So, and then one of the way is combustion fuel for coal-fire plant, and the other one is a maritime vessel. The other one is fertilizer. Fertilizer is a very interesting part of ammonia industry. For example, ITOCHU owned 100% of Dole. This is a fruits company, and who has investment in Africa for pineapple plantation. And we're going to make a carbon net zero fertilizer to cultivate pineapple in that plant. Okay, so, and I want to explain just two projects which ITOCHU is doing. And if you have time, please visit ITOCHU website. You can find a lot of announcement about our decarbonization related project. And this one is about ammonia fuel vessel. As I said, it's not easy to use ammonia for as a fuel. But we are focusing on this ammonia fuel vessel. For example, we invested in developing ammonia engine, combustion engine. And then we are going to make a vessel. We own 4 vessels by 2026. This vessel will be provided to the users, like miners. And then, but we are not just focusing on making engine and ship vessel. We are collaborating with other stakeholders to create a safeguard and safe guidelines. Sorry. Without fuel, without vessel, without safe guideline and regulation, we can't move vessel, even 1 millimeter. So we collaborate with all stakeholders to make it happen. This is a current timeline. We started this program in 2020, and we just finished the cylinder test. So now we are time to go to the FID for the 4 vessel development. First vessel will be in the market by 2026. And next project is ammonia coal combustion co-firing project. Actually, this is not our technology. Our role is facilitate the stakeholder introduce technology where this is necessary. The reason why I brought this presentation here is I believe this is good for South Africa. A lot of Japanese and Asian countries, including Japan, is very dependent on the coal or fossil fuel energy. This is not good, and we have to move, and we have to make transition to the green energy. But it's not easy to make transition immediately to the hydrogen and ammonia. So as a transition period, we're going to use this technology. And then, Japan and South Korea is, committed to this technology. So I believe this is good for South Africa. So we want to introduce this technology to South Africa. Yeah, so this is the end of my presentation, and then as I said, we have a lot of press release. So when you have time, please visit our website to check what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could ask Gomura-san perhaps to give us an introduction into MHI.
Yes, thank you, Mark-san. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Naoki Okumura. I'm representing Mitsubishi Heavy Industries here in Johannesburg, and I would like to explain what Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is, and I would like to start. This is at a glance of what Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is, and we started our business since 1886, so almost 140 years. And we had so many infrastructure products accounting on almost 500 items we produce. If I start to explain our 500 items, so I may take 3 hours. So in short, from the land, mainly the power station, and on the sea, ships and ocean-going fast infrastructures for oil and gas, and in sky, of course, the aircraft, and in space, rocket. So from the land to space, we manufacture for the infrastructure facilities. So going to the carbon neutral, we committed our carbon neutral emission zero until 2040, 10 years advance to the world commitment. And we think we couldn't reduce the CO2 to zero, only reducing. So we are also think that capture of the CO2 would also important. So that is our philosophy. So reduce the CO2 and set the value chain with the H2 carbon neutral. Then after capture the CO2. That is, we think these 3 pillars is our policy. So in order for us to reach the carbon neutral, we set our facilities there in Japan. There are mainly 2 locations. The first one is Takasago Hydrogen Park, and the other one is Nagasaki Hydrogen Societies. In Takasago Hydrogen Park, we have already started the full supply chain of the hydrogen. As so many presenters reported that the supply chain of the hydrogen is the most important, from the top generation of the hydrogen to the bottom for the consumer of the hydrogen. So in order for everybody to understand what the supply chain, we set from the hydrogen production, that is the electrolyzer. We have already started 5 megawatt unit of the water electrolyzer, but not only for the water electrolyzer, but the SOEC and turquoise hydrogen generation. We have already started our R&D. And as for the consumer of the hydrogen, we already delivered our electricity to the electric company using 100% hydrogen burning turbine in the 100 megawatt scale. That is shown the mid-size GT, and large-size GT, that means 500 megawatt or 700 megawatt of hydrogen 100% ready, will be ready around 2030. So this is also the ammonia or carbon capture facilities in Nagasaki. So from now here, we have already delivered, or we have already started to work with our client all over the world. This map shows our references for the hydrogen fired gas turbine combined cycle plant. And the next slide is the ammonia fire gas turbine or coal fire ammonia fired co-firing, as Itochu said, the boiler project. I do hope that the next we will put in the 1 point at the South Africa here to converting from the coal to the ammonia. So thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you, Kumura-san. So the session, we really wanted to demonstrate the technology available, the Japanese technology that is available to the South African market. But I think also what we want to demonstrate is the demand side. We've heard in a number of panel sessions over the last 2 days around the Great North or the Global North and everyone looking up into Europe. But the message we want to share today is really we need to be looking east as well. Europe is important and Europe is going to be a key off-taker, but we need to be looking east as well, and specifically to Japan, both from a technology side, but more so on the demand side, because ultimately that's where we see the key off-takers are going to require the demand. So if I touch on the demand side, Matsuo-san, and we know that Japan is already implementing coal-fired power stations. The Hikinan power station is one is a key point. Around 20% is coal-fired with ammonia, and there's strong demand. Can you share a little bit more about the demand side in Japan and that looking forward, both on co-firing, but also other technologies and other uses of green ammonia and green hydrogen?
Okay. Yeah, so in terms of ammonia and directly toward to Japan market, definitely co-firing would be the biggest consumption demand. And but if we focus on the hydrogen derivative, we have a lot of demand. Hydrogen can be converted into ammonia, of course, but we can convert it into the renewable diesel or SAF and others. Itochu are selling SAF, and now, as of now, we are the unique supplier for the Japan Airline and the All Nippon Airline. We have a lot of demand for SAF, or not only for maritime business, what just I touched, and also aviation, or industry are looking for the carbon zero, net zero, or for fuel. And then beside this, for example, ourselves has a big supermarket chain which called Family Mart. It has 17,000 shop in Japan. It requires a lot of diesel. That's why we are trying to do introduce starting from FC truck, and also we are going to replace diesel to renewable diesel. So we have a lot of demands. And then, of course, maritime fuel, for ammonia for maritime fuel, should touch Japan port. That's why we have to, bring ammonia to Japan market.
Thank you, Matsuo-san. Okumura-san, if I can come to you then in terms of technology and specifically around the co-firing. I see we have some colleagues and members from the Ministry of Electricity in the room, and it will be quite useful to share a little bit about the technology that could be used and brought in as South Africa obviously generates significant amounts of power from coal. Could you share a little bit about the technology that is available on the co-firing?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, actually, we Mitsubishi Heavy Industries had technology for co-firing the ammonia, around 20% co-firing, mixing the coal-fired sample plant into the ammonia, around 20%, or 30% in around the maybe 2025. We could reach over 50% of the ammonia combustion coal-fired boiler will be available. So I think that is a great opportunity for not only for us but also for South African society, because 85% of the power station here was done by coal fires. So I think that would be a very great contribution for the lower carbon society here in South Africa. And not only for the ammonia combustion, we also have a ready to hydrogen burning turbine, and so or if some excess of the hydrogen here in South Africa, so that also contribute to reduce the CO2 here in South Africa, I think.
Thank you. And Tsurusan, if I come back to you then in terms of some of the other uses that Itochu is looking at. You mentioned around the ammonia fuel vessels, and there's a number of other global shipping companies that are also looking at this route. I guess that then creates an opportunity for fuel bunkering around the world, and given South Africa's location on a major shipping route, this has got to present an opportunity for South Africa as well to create a bunkering site along the coast. Could you share some views in terms of Itochu's plans going forward?
Okay. As of now, still we are in the development stage. And as I said, we just finished the development of engine, and it was successful. So I'm sure we can go, further, or how can I say, far. But so as of now, what we are doing is, and our role is how to integrate, facilitate the stakeholder. As I said, we have to involve all the related parties, and from the ammonia producer and the users of the vessel, and then bunkering point, and the bunkering operator, port operator, and everything. So if we make success in this process, we will have big demand and opportunity for this bunkering business. And then a big one of the reason is energy efficiency or density of ammonia is lower than current main maritime fuel, heavy fuel oil. So like almost half. It means we need double, twice of the bunkering point, from now. And then, as Mark said, we have, the Cape of Hope Good is, definitely important, route for the maritime business. That's why we are very keen to develop this bunkering point in somewhere in South Africa. It might be, one, or it might be two or more. Anyway, we are very keen to develop this one. And this is not only for South Africa. We can expand this one to other countries as well.
Thank you. And Tsubara-san, if I can come to you then, in terms of the financing side, and obviously it's a key point that we obviously need to look at these projects around the world. It is new technology, and we need an element of de-risking as financial institutions. Could you share your thoughts about how do we demarcate from the private finance?
Okay, is it on? So maybe there are two aspects, basically. One is a quantitative one. Well, nowadays, the risk management is very strict for commercial banks. So sometimes it's difficult for one single commercial bank to provide a large amount of financing. So there should be syndication and collaboration among commercial banks. When it's an offshore wind project in Europe, there may be 10, 20 banks that are happy to participate. But if it's a hydrogen production project in an emerging economy, that may not be the case. And so if there are not enough commercial banks, JBIC could provide a large amount of financing in one single project, while risk management is still an important factor for us. That's one. And on top of that, JBIC, depending on the structure, we can provide longer-term financing than commercial banks in several cases. And another one aspect is a qualitative one. Based on our status as a government-owned institution, we sometimes have, power. It's not a power, but we sometimes have some different aspect of negotiation power with emerging market governments, government institutions. So it's not necessary when the project is running smoothly. But when project is stuck with some regulation issues, some other issues, then of course the project sponsors and commercial banks can work hard to solve the situation. But we have a different aspect for negotiation. That's another.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open it to some questions, and while we are getting the mics around, I'll just pose one more question, and there is a hand up in the front here. Matsubara-san, perhaps I'll pose the question to you around CFDs, contract for difference. In order for these projects to be bankable, we need off-takers, and we need a reliable, strong, robust off-taking agreement. And the off-takers are not going to be committing to long-term agreements if there's no idea of price. Just over the last few days, we've heard the price of green hydrogen ranging from, $500 a ton to, $1,000 a ton. It's a big difference. How can we give some certainty to pricing, and CFDs are obviously one. Could you share a little bit about what Japan is doing with regard to CFDs and how this hopefully should roll out to ease that issue?
Okay. So, as Mark mentioned, the price of hydrogen is one of the most challenging parts in making the hydrogen a viable solution for the decarbonized world. And Japan, basically the Minister of Economy, is now trying to introduce the CFD mechanism into Japan as well. So because Japan is considering both ammonia and hydrogen as an alternative source to the fossil fuel, they are now targeting the price of natural gas for hydrogen and the price of coal for ammonia. So they are now building the CFD mechanism. Now trying to build the CFD mechanism for Japan and introduce it to the market. So that's what the Japanese government is doing right now. But if I could add, CFD is the mechanism for the demand side. But for the supply side, there are competition among the producers. So how the supplier, host country, could provide effective policy to reduce the cost of production is also important to make the project viable.
Thank you. If I could ask the question.
Hello, yes. Good afternoon. It's Hendrik Lowe from the Department of Environment, Forestry, Fisheries. It was mentioned now a couple of times about policy and regulation, number one, and also certainty, etc. Now, Japan was one of the first countries to move away from a definition almost of green hydrogen, but look at it from a carbon intensity point of view, irrespective how it's produced, etc., etc. And Japan also has now a certification mechanism which you are looking at to implement. But are you at some stage going to look at perhaps how you can be involved in countries like South Africa to ensure that there's certification mechanisms on this side? Because obviously it's a huge risk for you as well, from a commercial point of view for South Africa, to be selling there. Is there any opportunity of collaboration on certification, etc., apart from certifying from your side, but developing certification mechanisms in South Africa itself for your market?
No. Who would like to take that? I mean, it's obviously a government policy question that, and this is the private sector panel. I wonder if there's any of our public sector teams who want to take it. But perhaps it's, as I say, perhaps it's something we could come back to you. This is the private sector that is sitting up on the stage, unless someone wants to give it a go.
Yeah, nothing to add, but we believe we can and we should. Yeah. Otherwise, that's the only way to make success to develop the hydrogen economy and society, I think.
Doesn't quite answer your question.
Sorry.
So there are a number of colleagues in the room from the public sector, and we could perhaps pick that up afterwards.
Sorry, Mark, I think it's on my side.
Oh, sorry, Dumasani.
Sorry. My question is also going to be equally unfair. No, Japan is looking at a number of projects across the world, looking at evaluating different suppliers from Chile to Australia to North America. What are the 1 or 2, 3 things that you think South Africa should be looking at to be competitive against other markets in the world? What do you think we should be, based on your experience in engaging in these other markets? When you look at what you, I've met all of you, and I know you have been engaging with South African markets quite in depth. Are there things that you think here, the government, as well as the private sector, as well as the community, you should be focusing on to be competitive against these other big markets? Thank you.
Yeah, that's very good question. And we are looking at and looking for the a lot of projects in all over the world to secure the necessary energy resource for the Japan and Asia countries. And then the competitiveness is one of the most important key. And then actually the activity what Itochu is doing to establish and materialize that competitiveness, for each partners. Each place has, different situation, different condition. That's why, different element will be required. Here in South Africa, you have plenty of lands. You have plenty of, energy resource for renewable energy. But you need to establish technology or, employment in skill. So we have to bring that, and also some support from Japan, especially for finance aspect, is very key point. In order to put that kind of finance, Itochu or any other Japanese player can gather the knowledge and the collaborationship and technology to materialize. So it's difficult to say only one element to make the project competitive. But depend on the situation, depend on the partner, or we can, how can I say, judge and consider what will be the, very important. For example, in case of Sasol, you have enough technology, knowledge to operate the chemical plant. So that's a big advantage. So on top of that, we have to consider what we can bring. So, the answer should be different, depend on the project and the partners.
From the viewpoint of technology or project, we had 2 advanced projects there in the United States and in Australia. Both of them, of course, they have some duties to overcome, because one is the CO2 tax or some hurdle to export to the advanced country that they require to reduce the CO2 product or supply chain. So both of the country had rich of the renewable, and the electricity cost is too much low, and they can easily produce the lower price of the H2 or lower cost of the carbon capture. So I think South Africa also had rich resources for the renewables. So I think such renewables will drive the decarbonization of society here in South Africa.
So, very short. From lenders' perspective, lenders do not like uncertainties. So when it comes to the new industry like hydrogen, the predictability of the government's policy is a crucial part for lenders' perspective.
Sorry, if we could, there was one more question there.
Hi, my name is Jin. So just what I spoke yesterday with Macho-san and then Masa-san So today is a Japanese panel, but I'm from South Korea. So we wanna do the collaboration between Japan and Korea, and then we made the shipping. We busy from the Hyundai, from the Belgium. They order shipping for ammonia, so they are busy to making the shipping. So we are maybe next year we do the transport ammonia from the Belgium to some other place. So that is we have some advanced technology, but Japan also have another advanced technology. And then currently we invest, our government invest, actually POSCO, one of the leading manufacturer of the steel company in the world. So they need to have the blue ammonia. So they invest in the Oman, which is making the 5 gig of some generation. So, and then it is making the 220,000 ton of the ammonia. That is what we do. But Japan and Korea is very close. So maybe we can collaborate, and then we can getting the all ammonia from South Africa or Namibia. Then it can be efficient way. 2 buyers in the same time.
Yeah,
then
wonderful.
it can be efficient way. Yeah, that is my opinion.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are running out of time, ladies and gentlemen, but I think that's a good closing point to the point that I was trying to make, that we need to look east. There are a number of partners out east that are really keen to support the South African build-out. Thank you for your time, and I do appreciate you being here this afternoon. Thank you.